Members of Parliament, support staff, radio listeners, TV viewers, those following this meeting via social media, members of the media, persons in the Tribune, good afternoon and welcome to the continuation of public meeting number 15 for today, Tuesday, May 12th. At this time, I want to give a special word of welcome to the Honorable Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor, Mr. Richnel Brug, and his entire support staff here with him in the hall as well as in the Tribune. We have established a quorum of 10 members. I invite you all to stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. I have received notice of absence from the members Myers and Wever. No notices of lateness. At this time, I ask if there are any notifications from the floor of Parliament, and I see that MP Ottley, or I look at the Secretary General to see if I'm starting right. MP Ottley. MP Ottley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, let me start by saying good day to the Honorable Minister of V.C., his support staff, and everyone sitting in the Tribune. Madam Chair, yesterday I was in Carrefour, and not one, not two, not three, but 4 persons come up to me complaining and asking about GBE and gas. And I stated, above and beyond, if you want to beat a dog, you're going to find a stick. But if you want to do something, you will. I am tired of the people being lied to. I'm tired of the ping pong. I'm tired of the blame being cast. Madam Chair, in 2011, let me bring it further back. Franklin Myers, Minister of TEAT, lowered the tariff. GB was in an uproar. He said, I cannot wait on GEBE. My people need me now. And I use him because that's a whole different party. My people need me now. Government take care of the people. Madam Chair, August 2022, Minister of TEAT, Omar E.C. Ottley, Minister of Finance, Artwell area, lower gas prices. Article right here, MP Ottley, all gas stations must adhere to lowering of prices. It's right here. If you want to do something, you will do it, Madam Chair. The people are suffering. October 2024, motion. February 2025, motion. MR submitted to the Minister of TEAT. Enough is enough. Let's do for our people now. On another note, I'd like to thank the Minister for showing up, through you, Madam Chair, because this topic right here, integrity-related matters, an urgent meeting was also requested by myself, MP Lewis, and MP Lacroes for the Honorable Prime Minister to show up. Because this is not a VSR matter. This is a matter of accusations flying left and flying right. And why haven't the Minister of General Affairs been brought to Parliament yet? But yet, I see, through you, Madam Chair, the Minister of VSR is on the agenda today and tomorrow. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. I am waiting to see when the Prime Minister will now be brought to Parliament to discuss integrity-related matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Ottley. I now give the floor to MP Labega. MP Labega, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, the Kudfir, my fellow colleagues, everybody in the Tribune. Good afternoon to the Honorable Minister of VSR and support staff. Madam Chair, yesterday, an incident happened here in Parliament. Even though it transpired off camera, it made its way to the newspaper, and I want to sincerely apologize for my behavior in my escalation. In that incident is not something that should be tolerated here on the floor of Parliament or outside of Parliament, given that we are members of Parliament representing the people, and we have to set up an example. So I would like to apologize to the members of Parliament, as well as the House of Parliament and the people of St. Maarten, for my behavior after the meeting yesterday in Parliament, and it's something that I will ensure will not happen again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Labega. I continue with notifications, and I offer the floor to MP Lewis. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the Honorable Minister of VSR and his support staff, those in the Tribune. Good afternoon to my honorable colleagues here. Nearly had a full house today. And good afternoon to the people of St. Maarten. Madam Chair, my notification to the people is relief. Relief, Madam Chair. We have a government of 2 years. We have a SEGA with GB going on 4 years. And we seem to be stable. What is going on with the relief? I see the Prime Minister is making statements in the newspaper and etc., Madam Chair, with regard and asking GB on their plan for relief. Madam Chair, I also mentioned yesterday pertaining to our neighboring island. The government injected money into their people. When will our Prime Minister stop playing games with the people's emotions and come up with a plan from within government to inject money into the general population in this country with regarding to a GB relief? That is what needs to come out, Madam Chair. Let's stop playing this game with back and forth with GB, because the same Prime Minister is who have confidence and place his own supervisory board there. So what is going on, Madam Chair? I would like to chime in based on the fact that we sent in a letter, and the date was March 4th, Madam Chair. How are we taking the people's business serious? What is this coalition really about? Is it, again, country above coalition, or coalition above country? Madam Chair, we're here to serve the people. Stop playing games. I don't care about the infighting within your coalition. I care about the relief the people of this country needs. Madam Chair, that will be all. And I await this meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. And I now give the floor to MP Doran for notifications.
Good afternoon to you, Madam Chair, my colleagues, the Minister, persons in the Tribune, and a special good afternoon to the people of St. Maarten. Madam Chair, I have two notifications. I've heard my colleagues mention the fact that when we were in the executive branch, we made the necessary changes to give relief to the people. Right now, as we speak, within Aruba, Curacao, Bonaire, Sabre Station, St. Maarten is the highest when it comes to the price per liter. Therefore, it does not take a rocket scientist to indicate that something is wrong, Madam Chair. The power is in the hands of the executive branch. It cannot be. Now when the people need you the most, you are busy monitoring. The people can monitor themselves and see how much money they're spending on a monthly basis. Crickets when it comes to solutions. Therefore, I want to re-emphasize what my colleagues mentioned, Madam Chair, and urge the government to dig up the archives and find a way to give relief to the people. Secondly, yesterday we had the Minister of Rummy in here, and Madam Chair, one thing I could say, you could turn it, you could twist it, you could flip it, you could turn it upside down. No matter what, the truth always remains the truth. The Minister of Rummy sat here, misled the members of Parliament, misled the population, has been doing so for the last 2 weeks when it comes to a particular subject matter of many that we have experienced. And I'm going to play something right now, Madam Chair, to justify what I'm saying here.
Not true, and it cannot be true. And it cannot be on the other end of it of, oh, it's the new system that's the issue as well. I'm so sorry. But if the issue was the new system that was just implemented in January, then why did we have on November 13, 2025, why did we have to block the dump for things that are not being paid?
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? So that predates this situation.
This whole new system, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
And you found a way to pay us. Okay. old administration, everybody else is to blame. But at the end of the day, again, you paid us for almost 2 years, continue to pay us.
Right.
If there was no legal basis, then as soon as you came into power...
MP Duran, we are in
Madam Chair,
notifications.
that is Fleming Way's solution, Madam Chair. Again, I'm saying something to be very clear. Do not create a situation that is not there. This current administration paid them, solicited their work, signed off on their work, approved their work for 2 years. Stop playing the blame game, look in the mirror, come with solutions for the people, because if it was somebody else, one of those big companies, we wouldn't even be here having a discussion today, and I would like to urge the Minister of Rummy to stop the personal vendetta. Thank you very much for your indulgence, Madam Chair, and I hope we have a fruitful meeting.
Thank you, MP Duran, for your notifications. The next MP to speak at this time is MP Lacroes. MP Lacroes, you have the floor.
A blessed afternoon, Madam Chair Lady Griffier, Minister and his support staff, my fellow colleagues, and those in the Tribune. Like we say, una buena tarde. Bendiciones. Madam Chair Lady, my 2 youngest kids, I have a simple philosophy. If you come to me, that means you could not get it solved on your own. Meaning, I am going to take all the measures that I can to solve the problem. But before doing that, Madam Chair Lady, I will make sure that I have had the opportunity to speak to both of my sons together and individually, one by one. Madam Chair Lady, what I have seen happening in this House of Parliament, in my opinion, is unacceptable. We have had the Minister of Rummy here twice, the Minister of V.C. now here 2 times and scheduled for tomorrow, and we are still awaiting a meeting that was scheduled or requested since the 4th for information to be able to then make a sound decision on what we think about the situation and the embarrassment that has taken place in this country. Because it is an embarrassment. When accusations are thrown left and right in government, then we all look bad. So, Madam Chair Lady, through you, I tell the Minister of V.C., I applaud you for not being afraid to come and face the Honorable House of Parliament, but I'm going to be totally straight with you. Tell us the truth. Tell us exactly how it is and what it's about, from A to Z, and we expect the same thing from the Prime Minister. And that way, when I make a decision, I could stand behind the decision I make. Madam Chair Lady, I just understood also that once again, we do not have a SAR. Where are we going? I'd like the Prime Minister to also tell us what is happening there. Everything again is hold up. And then the people out there saying, Parliament ain't doing nothing. Nothing ain't happening. We can't get nothing. Madam Chair Lady, this is your house. Madam Chair Lady, you are the representative of this Parliament. Please don't let the government put you to shame. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Lacroes. I continue with the MPs in notifications, and the next MP is MP Irian. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Griffier. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to those of you in the Tribune. Good afternoon to the Honorable Minister of V.C., his support staff, and the viewing public. Madam Chair, it is unfortunate to even have to have this discussion on the floor of Parliament. My preference would be to just have discussions on the matters that are the most pressing and touching to the people. But as was mentioned earlier on, I can't not address the incident that happened yesterday. But in addition to that, the fact that it has been in the media. And even that is unfortunate, that something happens on a floor of Parliament and ends up in the media, and not by the ones that were involved in the incident. But Madam Chair, I want to make this very, very, very clear. You yourself mentioned, for example, during the Carnival festivities, that the behavior of the general public when it comes to altercations, etc. We sit down here in Parliament and we talk about school fights, etc., etc. Madam Chair, we cannot be condescending, ridiculing the public if we as members of Parliament cannot and will not set the example of what we want and expect to see from the general public. Madam Chair, we are here, well, I am here elected by the people of St. Maarten. I'm here to defend the rights of the people of St. Maarten. I'm here to call out what I see as injustice in this body right here. Madam Chair, in politics, we discuss each other. We don't discuss, if you look at American politics, Republicans talk about Democrats, Democrats talk about Republicans. The president of the United States called out by senators. I have been in opposition as an MP. I have been in coalition as a member of Parliament, and I've been a minister. And in every form of position that I sat in, I've been criticized. I don't take criticism as hindrance. I take criticism and turn that into solutions. Because if people are criticizing you, some way, some form, maybe they are feeling some type of pain. And I think that requires reflection. Madam Chair, I don't want people getting twisted. This is not the streets. I represent Parliament. In Parliament is where I discuss things. And Madam Chair, there's nobody, there's not one MP who's going to tell me that I cannot call names, call them, what to discuss, or don't bring a motion, don't bring a law, otherwise what? Because I must be concerned of a threat. Madam Chair, I fear no man, none. I represent the people inside of here, in this body. And that includes MP Dimala Bega. No one gets to tell me how to operate in Parliament. That's what we do. We inside of here, we discuss what we say and what we do and how our government operates. Our job, our duty is oversight of government. Our duty is to say, hold each other accountable. In Parliament, we have tools to use. We have the lectern. You call a person a fact. There's clarification. Call a question about. We have ways to defend yourself if you feel that you were spoken of in a way that you didn't want to be spoken to. So I understand that, and I acknowledge apologies to the members of Parliament, but I want to make it clear, very, very clear, going forward, how we will be operating in Parliament. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian. MP Roseberg, you have the floor for notifications.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Blessed afternoon to the Minister of V.C. and his support staff, to the public here today, to my honorable colleagues here present as well, and to the people of St. Maarten. Short notification, Madam Chair. I have seen that the University of Curaçao will host the information session in regards to students interested in pursuing law and law-related studies. We have been discussing it in Parliament that we need more lawyers within government, also outside of government. So I encourage every student that have the interest in studying law to visit the university tomorrow from 6 to 7 p.m. My apologies, it will be at the Brooks Tower building, Harborview, top floor. So please visit this opportunity because I believe something good can come out of it. So thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair, and that was my notification.
Thank you, MP Roseberg, for your notification. Members of Parliament, we have come to the end of the notifications, and we therefore go over to the agenda points for this meeting. And these agenda points are the following. Agenda point number 2, that's where we're at. deliberations with the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor regarding the state of affairs of the St. Maarten General Hospital. This document, members of Parliament, is registered on the IS 775 of March 4th of this year. Thirdly, on the agenda, we have deliberations with the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor addressing the recent integrity-related allegations within the ministry, including the request for an investigation by the Integrity Chamber. This document is IS 919, and it is dated April the 2nd of this year. Agenda point number 2 was requested by the members Ottley, Lewis, and Lacroes, and agenda point number 3 was requested by the members of Parliament Ottley, Wever, and Jansen-Webster. Members of Parliament, a brief reminder that the possibility to allow interruptions is there, which I will grant while keeping the order of the meeting. And as usual, I would ask that you follow the guidelines for interruptions, which is to keep them brief. They can be assertions, brief questions, added information, etc. But it is just a brief moment that you take to interrupt a speaker. At this time, before starting with the agenda point number 2, I will adjourn this meeting for just 2 minutes. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I am just reopening this meeting to say that we're going to adjourn for, I want to say, let's be safe. I look to the minister and say 5 minutes. And that can work as the minister reconfigures some of the answers, as well as the minister having a presentation. However, that is for agenda point number 3. But we did have some outstanding answers to be given on 2. So the minister is going to give the answers that he can on point number 2. Members would be allowed to ask for whatever clarifications, and then, minister, if you have to come back on those answers, but we'll in any case go over to agenda point number 3, for which you have a presentation. So right now we're going to get a 5 minutes break. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, we will be going over to agenda point number 2, and those are the deliberations with the Minister of Public Health regarding the state of affairs of the St. Maarten General Hospital. Just as a reminder, this meeting started on April the 7th, and at the start of the agenda point, the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor gave a presentation. Members were given the opportunity to pose questions to the Minister in the first round for this agenda point, and the meeting was then adjourned to allow the Minister time to prepare the answers to the questions posed. So at this time, I give the floor to the Honorable Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor, Mr. Richnel Brugge, and he will be answering the questions posed by the members of Parliament on this topic in the first round. Minister Brugge, you have the floor.
Okay, it's on. All right. Blessings to the people of St. Maarten and those following the continuation of this meeting. To those persons in the audience as well, thank you very much for being here today. Members of Parliament, I will first start by answering the questions of MP Duran. MP Duran had the following questions. Put it on the board. Okay. Can you give a timeline as to when VADEM became ISO to FISO? A quick synopsis of what the company is. Madam Chair, FINSO is a general contractor with experience in construction projects and technology supply, including work in both public infrastructure and healthcare facilities. Initial discussions with VAMET regarding this project began in 2015. This was followed by a public tender process in early 2016, which resulted in a signing of a design, building, and maintenance contract with INZO in September of that same year. In December 2018, INZO was placed under extraordinary administrative procedure in Italy. Despite this development, the company continued its operation and remained engaged in the project. Subsequently, in December 2020, INZO entered into a sales and purchase agreement with Fincantieri. Sorry, my Italian is really bad. Following this transaction, the project continued under the name FINZO, which operates as a subsidiary to Fincantieri. FINZO is a general contractor with experience in construction projects and technology supplied, including work in both the public infrastructure and healthcare facility. That was the first question for MP Duran. The second question, can the minister provide the amounts confidentially, using the confidential routes? Honourable Member of Parliament, the intention is to provide this amount using the confidential route. I am still awaiting that amount from the hospital. Who was the next one? No, give me MP Ottley. Okay, to MP Ottley. I will now follow with questions posed. Go directly to Ottley. No. Okay, wait. Okay. All right. Apologize. We are busy trying to organize the order as the presentation, and the way I was going to present it, there's a slight discrepancy, but now we are back on track. I will continue with the questions posed by Honourable Member Lacroes. Can the minister specify what exact upgrades led to the construction delay when they were approved and who authorized them. Following Hurricane Irma, an evaluation of the design of the hospital was done, and it was determined that the current structure needed to be reinforced to withstand storms of magnitude in the future. Adjustment to the preliminary design was completed August 2018. The upgrade related to enhanced structural requirements, including additional concrete and steel. These adjustments were incorporated in the project requirements and approved by the St. Maarten Medical Center in accordance with the agreed procedures. Furthermore, the expected date to celebrate the highest point in December 2025 was not met due to external factors, including an island-wide shortage of sand and cement due to logistic constraints in December 2025, as well as the subsequent Christmas holidays. What penalties or contractual consequences exist for missed construction milestones, clear accountability structure, and the master plan, I believe? Is master or minister's plan? Okay. The honorable member raised an important concern. While this construction project is a private initiative of the hospital and the government is not a party to the contract, we are fully aware of the delays that have been reported. Under the terms of the contract, the contractor is subject to delay damage if the agreed time for completion is not met. With such damages capped at 10% of the contract price, the design and build nature of the contract places clear responsibility on the contractor for both delivery and timelines, except due to justified circumstances. While the government is not party to contract, we maintain an oversight role given the importance of the hospital to the community. The importance of the hospital to the community. In that regard, we remain in regular engagement with the hospital's management to monitor progress and to ensure that any delays are properly addressed. Let me be clear. While the contractual accountability rests with the hospital and its contractor, the government expects that all available remedies, including delays, damages, are enforced where applicable, and that decisive corrective actions are taken without further delay. Following question: what is the official and final completion date government is committing to? Give me the official complete date. Madam Chair, the official date of completion is July 22nd, 2026. St. Maarten Medical Center and the contractor are currently discussing the new dates of completion. While no final date has been agreed, the current target date in discussions with the contractors are expected handover of the main building June 30th, 2027, and expected project completion date December 31st, 2027 for contractor's scope. It is expected that the medical center scope of work, office building, parking, helicopter platform will start as of 2028. Dates given, Madam Chairlady, through you, in my opinion, projected. So I'm doing a disclaimer. These are the dates that are given to us by the St. Maarten Medical Center, and we hope that they meet it. Following question: who ultimately is responsible for the delays? St. Maarten Medical Center, the contractor, or government. Based on the agreed contract, the contractor is in principle responsible for meeting the agreed time of completion, except in clear, defined cases of unforeseen circumstances. Okay. I will now continue with questions presented to my person from the Honorable MP Ottley. A total workforce consists of 162 individuals, of which 114 are classified as temporary residents, foreign workers, and 48 are local workers. This reflects approximate distribution of 70% foreign workers and 30% local workforce. Applying the same ratio to a site population of 150, it can be estimated that approximately 44 to 45 individuals would be local workforce, with the remaining of the majority being foreign workforce. What happened to the job fair? Madam Chair Lady, the ministry previously announced that the job fair will be returning this year. The National Job Fair 2026, organized by NESC, aimed to connect job seekers with employers through structural engagement in line with the International Public Employment Service Standards. The fair will focus on key sectors such as hospitality, marine, retail, financial services, and SMEs, while also promoting NESC services and supporting vulnerable groups in accessing employment. A youth pre-registration event will take place on September 22nd, 2026 at NEPA, followed by the main job fair on September 24th, 2026 at L.C.J. Convention Center. Does the government or SZV owes the hospital? SZV has an outstanding balance of approximately 23.9 million payable to the St. Maarten Medical Center. Of this amount, approximately 19.6 million relates to medical service provided to OZR insured patients for the period 2022 to 2025. Government is responsible for the health care expenses for OZR insured. Following question, SLS has the design room been changed? Madam Chair, based on information received, the location of the SLS facilities has been adjusted in consultation with SLS, is incorporated within the main building. However, final discussions between parties on this matter is still ongoing. I will continue with questions posed by MP York. Who was the risk manager? Prior to the contract being signed? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, the SMGH project is based on St. Maarten Medical Center's business case, which was developed prior to the contract being signed by a project team consisting of St. Maarten Medical Center, SZV, and government, with support from external advisors including KPMG, Royal Haskonen, ICE, insurance advisors, and legal advisors. Following question. If the design can be shown, the design first initial and compared to the new design today, how many floors of the building that the initial design have after the first contract that was signed, and how much square foot of the initial design compared to the new design of the product of the people of St. Maarten are getting today? The new design compared to the old design. What did the risk manager agree 2 years ago? Madam Chair, this answer for this question is combined with the next question. The initial design for the main building, as included in the contractor bid and excluding the optional wing, comprised approximately of 14,765 square meter, excluding the basement. The main building currently under construction comprises approximately of 18,700 square meters, excluding the basement. In terms of the layout and initial design of the main building, including the basement, 3.5 functional floors and a technical building. The main building under construction includes a basement, 4 functional floors, and a technical floor. Further 3 technical buildings are also included. What exactly constitutes completion? Completion is defined in accordance with the contract and refers to the stage at which the work have been completed in line with the agreed project specification and are ready for the intended use. This includes that all essential building systems are fully installed, tested, and operational, and that any outstanding items do not prevent the safety or safe and functional use of the facility. Completion may be achieved in phases, whereby specific parts of the works can be completed, certified, and made ready for use independently. Completion is formally established through the issuance of the complete certificate in accordance with the contract. Following question: what is the total sum or breakdown of the settlement costs? Of the settlement costs, of what is the cost of the country over the years, all the added funds that was needed for this project. Okay, so I think, through you, Madam Chair, I believe MP Ottley was asking what was the initial cost of the project, and then after what was MP O.E.C? Yes, MP O.E.C, what was the initial cost of the project and how much it is currently run for cost to the hospital? Through you, Madam Chair, I believe that is the question. If that is the question, the answer is, initially, the cost to build a hospital was $122 million. The current budget has increased to $278 million. This is a difference of $157 million. And this was in 2016. The project was initially... All right, sorry about that. The St. Maarten General Hospital project was initially approved with a budget of $157 million in 2016. The current budget has increased to $278 million. This represents a budget increase of $122 million. Thank you very much. What is the sum of the amount of money that the General Hospital will cost? As indicated in the previous answer, the current budget for the General Hospital is $278 million. Following question: how many patients were part of the evaluation? How many chaperones were part of the evaluation? how many complaints has been registered at SZV since 2018 about the care of Colombia? Madam Chair, SZV maintains a formal and accessible complaint process. However, it is important to note that complaints are not categorized by subject or by destination. This means that SZV is not able to provide a specific number of complaints related to referrals to Colombia or the quality of care provided there. What SZV does do is closely monitor the nature and frequency of complaints. When patterns or increases are identified, the relevant institutions are engaged directly to address those concerns. Based on the complaints that have been received, the main issues related to overseas referrals to Colombia generally concerns meals. A specific hotel that was previously used, the length of stay, and the role and responsibility of the chaperones. In response, SZV has taken concrete steps. For example, in relation to meal, the policy was adjusted by reintroducing a daily allowance instead of meal vouchers. This gives patients more flexibility to choose meals that better suit their needs. Regarding the hotel, corrective measures were initially implemented. When those measures did not sufficiently resolve the concerns, SZV made the decision to discontinue the use of that hotel and transition to another provider. In addition, SZV conducts annual site visits and maintains regular virtual meetings with hospitals in Colombia. These engagements are used to review service quality, discuss complaints, and ensure that corrective actions are being implemented. With respect to the chaperones, it has been observed that in some cases, responsibilities are either misunderstood or not fully carried out, despite chaperones signing a right and duty form prior to traveling. Efforts are ongoing to improve communication so that expectations are clearly understood. I think he had another question as well. That was the last one? Okay. The conclusion. Okay. With regard to the last question also posed by MP York, I would like to state that we have also sent a report of the findings from our mission to Colombia, so that some of the questions that you asked in that last questions also pertaining to how much persons was evaluated were also interviewed. That can be found in that report that we have already provided to the Secretary General of Parliament. So that should be in your possession. Okay. This now brings me to the end of most of the questions that I have available that were received from all members of Parliament. Any additional questions that are missing, I have no problem sending them also by in writing to members of Parliament, and those that have to be done under the confidential route. Once I receive those information, I will also send them via the confidential route for members of Parliament, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you very much, and I will now await any further questions or clarifications from the members of Parliament.
Thank you, Minister Brug, for your answers to questions on this topic, namely the new General Hospital on St. Martin, as posed by members of Parliament. Members of Parliament, you now have the opportunity to ask any clarifying questions. Is there the need for such by any member of Parliament? We do have MP Jansen-Webster for a clarification request.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the Minister, his support staff, the members of the public viewing and those listening, and to my colleagues here on the floor of Parliament. I have a clarification regarding two questions that were asked by two of my colleague MPs, which was similar which was the date, as the minister mentioned, Madam Chair, the projected date of July 26th for completion, and there was another MP who asked what is completion, and I wanted to know straightforward if what the minister is saying is that by July 26th, the, let's say all of the construction work will be finished in the hospital, talking about painting, furniture, etc. What part of the completion? Because I also understood that the minister said completion can be done in phases. I just want to know what kind of completion can we expect by this date of July 26, which is our projection. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Webster. Jansen, are there any other clarification requests for the minister? Then I look and I allow the minister a few minutes to, I believe the minister is now looking up the clarification as requested by MP Jansen-Webster. And I give the minister a few minutes in order to see if he can respond to that before we go over, members, to the questions in the second round. For I have a request from the minister, or the minister is ready with the answer. The minister is now ready to give answer to the clarification as requested by MP Jansen-Webster. So I give the floor to the minister, Minister Brug, at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Pertaining to the clarification question, the initial projected completion date was 2026. However, that has been changed to 2027, and it has two stages. The first stage is that the main building itself will be completed first, and once the main building is completed, I think that was the second date that I gave in 2027, or July it was?
December.
No.
July was the first day. The second date was December.
June 30th, that main building would be completed. Just to be clarified again, the main building would be completed June 30th, 2027. That's the projected date. Once the main building is completed, then the current building of the hospital will be destroyed. And then after, they will complete the other aspect of the new general hospital, and that is projected to be finished by December 2027. I hope I have explained it clear. If there's any more clarifications.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for that clarification. Members of Parliament, we now have the possibility for those who have questioned in the first round of this agenda point, and I start with the members. I realize that MP Duran is not here, so I'll just wait for him to enter, and then, but the Member of Parliament Duran, who would have been the first speaker, indicated no need for a second round of questions from his side, so I continue with MP Lacroes. MP Lacroes, you have the floor.
Geen behoefte.
Another member does not have the need for a second round of questioning on this agenda point. I go over to MP Ottley. Oh, MP Ottley is indicating from a distance, nevertheless, but that there's no need for a second round for him. So we continue. I ask MP Lewis. MP Lewis.
Thank you for your answers to the colleagues, Minister Brug. Madam Chair, I have no further questions in the second round. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Lewis. I now look to MP York, who would have been the next speaker, and MP York does not have any further questions either. So, Minister, members of Parliament, this is actually, we have handled this agenda point number 2, and we go over to, we have come actually to the end of the deliberations on this agenda point. I see the minister. Minister, is it something that you... Oh, okay. So we have come to the end of the deliberations on this agenda point number 2. So we go over to agenda point number 3. And this agenda point reads, the deliberations with the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor addressing the recent integrity-related allegations within the ministry, including their request for an investigation by the Integrity Chamber. As I indicated at the beginning of this meeting, this particular agenda point has been requested by the members of Parliament Ottley, Wever, and Jansen-Webster. It was requested on the 2nd of April of 2026, and the presence of the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor was also requested. As a reminder, members of Parliament, this document is registered as incoming document IS 919. At this time, as we would usually do, I look to any one of the requesters of this meeting and see if the need is there to elucidate on their request. We do have MP Jansen-Webster, who will make use of this opportunity to elucidate on the request as put forward by 3 members of Parliament. MP Jansen-Webster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. As has been circulating in the media, many letters, etc., and a back and forth between the Minister of V.C. and the Prime Minister, and integrity came up, and there was indication of a requested integrity chamber. Therefore, it was fitting to ask the minister to come to explain in what manner, what is going on exactly with the integrity in the Ministry of V.C. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MP Jansen-Webster. And before I continue and give the floor to the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor, I want to remark, because a member, maybe more than one, actually asked about the meeting that has been requested with the Prime Minister regarding a letter as well on a similar topic like we have before us now. And I need to make known to the members of Parliament that the Prime Minister was actually scheduled in this week as well, and that, in fact, for tomorrow, to come to the meeting on that agenda point as requested, or that agenda as requested. However, the Prime Minister indicated that he was not able to make tomorrow's meeting and had asked and gave a reason why not tomorrow, and has asked for another date for that meeting. So that was received in writing by the Prime Minister. I thought it important to respond because I think members ask about that. So at this time now, we're on the agenda point here with the Minister of... Oh, okay, I see. So, okay, that is taking place, that exchange there, but I'll continue and is it being asked for some time before we go over? Okay, that's understood. So we'll adjourn for 5 minutes to allow the minister and staff to set up now for this agenda point, because presentation is involved. Meeting adjourned for 5 minutes. Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I reopen this meeting, this public meeting of Parliament with the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor. We are at the agenda point, as I mentioned earlier, which is document number IS 919. Just let me repeat the agenda point for those who might not have heard it. These are deliberations with the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor, addressing the recent integrity-related allegations within the ministry, including the request for an investigation by the Integrity Chamber. The presence of the minister was requested, so I continue now as I offer the floor to the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor, Mr. Richnel Brug. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you once again for giving me the floor to address agenda point number 3. This is not an easy agenda point to address. So, lots of members of Parliament indicated that this is embarrassment for Country St. Maarten. And to be honest, I feel bad that I'm also part of this embarrassment. But at the end of the day, I have to make sure that my story is told. My story is told to ensure that the people understand the reason why I'm in this position that I'm in today. It's not because I did anything wrong. It's because I did my best to make sure that I do all the right things. And there are those individuals, and I will mention some of them in particular, that have alternative agenda. And I deserve the people needs to know that. The people deserves to know that. Madam Chair Lady, agenda point 3 concerns matters related to integrity within the Ministry of Public Health, Social Development and Labor. In order to provide Parliament with clarity on this matter, I have prepared a short presentation based on a letter that was presented to me by the President of the URSM Board, as well as my response to that letter. Madam Chair, I want to make it clear that I will not go into extensive detail regarding the content of those letters, as I believe most parliamentarians have read them, and so have St. Maarten. It is also not my intention to engage in a tit-for-tat or a back and forth of exchange of information of what may perceive to be what is or is not. Madam Chair, when I speak, I will not throw allegations, but I have every document needed to back what I'm saying on the floor of Parliament. Instead, I will focus on highlighting what I consider to be factual and most relevant and important aspects of this matter. Of course, I remain available for any questions that the members of Parliament may have. The agenda for this particular agenda point will be 1. I will begin by explaining the reason for being here today and the context surrounding this discussion. 2, I will address certain integrity matters within the Ministry of V.C. that require clarification, as I firmly believe these have led to us being where we are today. Madam Chair, members of Parliament, I recently received a letter from the board of the URSM, as you are aware. In that letter, the board indicated that they no longer recognize me as a member of the party and expressed their lack of confidence in my ability to effectively continue to serve as a minister. The letter also raised questions regarding contracts that I signed in early 2025, as well as certain appointments related to SZV. Given the nature of these matters and the public attention that they have received, I find it very important that I address them here today and explain the context surrounding them and outline my response to the concerns that were raised. From the beginning, when I made the decision to join the URSM, it was because I believed in the principle the party presented to the people of St. Maarten. The idea of taking a different road in politics. One grounded in integrity, Madam Chair. Grounded in responsibility, Madam Chair. Grounded in accountability, Madam Chair. Grounded in service to the community. Those were the principles that I identified with, that motivated me to become a member of the URSM. Despite the challenges that I have experienced along the way within the party and with its leadership, I have made a conscious decision to remain professional. And only God knows what I went through. I've never spoken out publicly. I've never lashed out. I've always kept matters internal, out of respect for the institution and to avoid what most members of parliament publicly stated, the embarrassment for this country of St. Maarten. I swallowed all of that. And instead, I chose to focus my energy on working harder than I've ever worked before, because it took me a lifetime to get here. It took me a lifetime to get here. And the commitments that I made to the people that entrusted their vote in me, the commitments to our senior citizens, to our most vulnerables, those commitments I took very seriously. And I remain determined not to fail them. Madam Chair, if those in the public, parliamentarians, if you follow me, you would realize that I'm not just saying this, but there are activities, policies, and things that I have done to back this up. What stands before you is not a mouth champion, Madam Chair Lady. It's a man of action. I don't like to speak a lot, but I'm a man of action. Some people say that I'm a very quiet person. Some say I'm too quiet. Some might call me soft. It's okay. But Madam Chair, at the end of the day, I know who I am. Madam Chair, one thing that makes me turn around from those descriptions is when you start to question my action and question my integrity. That's where I draw the line. Madam Chair, we'll now move on and address the matter referred to in the letter from the board concerning a contract that I signed early in 2025 with ZAR Management for the purpose of conducting an assessment of the mental health project currently being carried out by NRPB. I will briefly explain what transpired in relation to this matter, but also provide context surrounding the decision to engage this assessment so that members of Parliament and the public has a clear understanding of the situation. Prior to taking office, Madam Chair, members of Parliament, including members of the public and civil servants within government, already gave me the heads up about how NRPB functions, things to look out for, how to make sure that this project within VSA, such an essential, important project, does not end up like all the other projects that have failed, that were not realized. Madam Chair, when any NRP project is not realized, the people of St. Maarten is the one that loses out. The future generation is the one that loses out. When I became a minister, there were several things, Madam Chair, caught my attention. It was first the staff, the demotivation of the staff, the feeling of unappreciation that they had, the burnt out that they were suffering. So I knew immediately an assessment of the personnel-related challenges within the ministry was necessary. I started focusing on the people that serve this country. They are the engine. Madam Chair Lady, I also realized that what was also important was the paternity leave law within V.S.A. A lot of persons came and gave me information. Listen, the general public of St. Maarten, the public sector, the paternity leave is already applied, but why not for the civil servants? So that is one of the things that also popped out within the first week. In addition, also equally important, was the legal support for the ministry. The legal support for the ministry, Madam Chair. The ministry that needed to know that what they were doing was right, to ensure that they didn't find themselves in a dilemma that would cost this country money. At the end of the day, it was dealing with the people's business, but also the lives of the most vulnerable, and especially when it comes to social service, but also the health care of our country. It must also be noted that I found out all of this in the first week. There was essentially only one individual, so I'm going back now to the Mental Health Foundation project. I was surprised in the first week when they told me that it only had one person that was dealing with the Mental Health Foundation project, and that person was 50% representing V.S.A., and the other 50%, that individual was representing NRPB. Same individual. A project as important as that. A project that in reality, V.S.A. needed one person full-time to deal with it, and a team from the aspect of NRPB. Madam Chair, let me get back to the contract for the assessment of the mental health project. I will try my best to explain this process without providing too much details, as a court case is ongoing. However, in short, immediately after realizing the seriousness of the Mental Health Foundation project, a request for proposal was sent to parties that we, as Cabinet, knew had experience with NRPB projects. Those proposals were submitted, the best candidate was chosen, and the procedure to finalize the process had started. Madam Chair, yes, my chef de cabinet signed the advice, not the contract, the advice. My chef de cabinet signs every advice that comes out of my cabinet. Bless you. The only time when she would not sign an advice is if she's on vacation or sick. This was how I had my cabinet set up. Goes to the policy advisor, the chef de cabinet, everything had to go through my chef de cabinet before it comes to my desk. That was how I had it set up. considering the contract that we're talking about, and considering that it was her husband, a company that actually has the company, is it an oversight? Yes. Yes, Madam Chair Lady. It was an oversight, but it was not intentional. However, I want the members of Parliament to know that at no point in time did my chef de cabinet or myself shy away from this. This contract was finalized in May 2025. And Madam Chair, as I indicated on the slide, a request for an advice was sent to YZ&W in early December 2024, so before the finalization, before any actions was taken. No response was received, not even confirmation of receipt. A reminder for a response was sent early January 2025. Again, no response was received. I then sent a letter to YZ&W informing them that due to the time-sensitive nature of the project and the increasing concerns of information being withheld from the ministry, also disclosed during the budget debate in January 2025 with the members of Parliament, I had made a decision to proceed without their input. Madam Chair, it is important to note that this letter received immediate response. That was actually the first time the department had responded to this matter. However, due to the staffing situation of the department, the response was in short, that as minister, I could proceed, but would be responsible for any decision taken. Again, as minister, I can proceed, but would be responsible for any decision taken. Which I did, because I seriously believe that the information was being withheld from my person and the ministry. And Madam Chair, after we realized that this was indeed the case, information was withheld from my person and the ministry, and I have every reason to believe that information was even withheld from the previous minister as well, before me, as no indication of any problems with NRPB and this project was indicated in the transition document received. Now, Madam Chair, I want to share an example. No, I'll save the example for a later stage. Based on the information provided, I hope that members of Parliament and the public would understand that the ministry acted in good faith and tried to follow the appropriate steps first, requesting advice. Unfortunately, YZ&W was simply not able to provide the advice within the required time frame due to capacity and staffing constraint. Something, Madam Chair Lady, that to date we continue to struggle with. The Department of Legal Affairs is in significant need of legal professionals. This is something that all of my colleague ministers are facing. And for those that don't know, Department of Legal Affairs falls under General Affairs.
Minister Brugge, I ask your indulgence as I allow MP Jansen-Webster to make an interruption at this time. MP Jansen-Webster, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, I just wanted, when the minister speaks of the former minister, because of my short term in there, if he would mention if he means Minister Veronica Jansen-Webster, or if he means Minister Ottley. Why is that? Because I understand that the minister is tying in that maybe information was withheld from me as well from YZ&W, but the minister also mentioned that he requested information from YZ&W December 2024, and I think that the minister swore in at the end of November 2024. He said he requested information from YZ&W 2024. I did not request information from YZ&W for a contractor or for work with NRPB. So I don't think it's me he means, but if the minister can clarify which former minister might have also information has been withheld from, because to my knowledge, no information was withheld from me. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Jansen-Webster. Minister, if you can, you may address the interruption query by the member, but may continue your presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Just for clarity, I will address the interruption. MP Veronica Webster, yes, I did indicate that information could possibly was withheld from the former minister. Why? Because, again, as I stated, no information pertaining to the NRPB and the delays and the situation of NRPB was in the transition document. So yes, I was speaking about you as you were the previous minister before me. When I talk about requests to YZ, I was not speaking about requests made by, through you, Madam Chair Lady. To you, Madam Chair Lady, when I speak about the request sent to YZ early December 2024, I was not speaking about the Honourable Member of Parliament, Ms. Webster, sending that request, but my person, Minister Brugge, sending that request. Because as stated, I was sworn in November 2024. Next month, as I said, I straight into action, hit the ground running, and I started addressing some of the urgent matters within VSA. I hope that that clarifies the interruption. I'm just trying to find back where it was. Okay. I just repeat this one, and then eventually I'll still I'll find where I was again. However, due to the staffing situation of the department, the response was short that as minister, I could proceed, but would be responsible for any decisions taken, which I did. But I seriously believe that the information, okay, that's where we ended up. Okay, so sorry about that. So now I came back to information. Okay. Now, Madam Chair, I would like to share, I didn't share the example as well. Unfortunately. Okay, yes. Based on the information provided here, I hope that the members of Parliament and the public understands that the ministry acted in good faith and tried to follow the appropriate steps by first requesting advice. Unfortunately, YZ simply was not able to provide that advice within the required time frame due to capacity and staffing constraint. Something, Madam Chair Lady, that to date we continue to struggle with. The Department of Legal Affairs is in significant need of legal professionals. I repeat this part so that if anyone out there has the question of legal affairs, that we need you as Minister of Labor. This is something that all my colleague ministers are facing, Madam Chair Lady. And if this is not regulated, it will keep setting our country back. It will keep holding back progress. This department, for those of you who don't know, falls under General Affairs. Responsible for this is the Prime Minister. The situation is something that I don't blame them for I don't blame them for either, because it is a situation. And it has forced some of us as ministers to seek legal advice outside of government, and that should not be actually. Now, given the urgency of the situation, it was therefore not possible to continue with waiting indefinitely. Madam Chair, while I understand that persons want to hint towards a conflict of interest, I must also be made clear. I must also make it clear that I, as minister, do not shy away from that. St. Maarten is a small country. Possibility of conflict of interest will always exist. It is for this reason that that both my chef de cabinet and I handled this matter openly and transparently. And now I'll give you the example, because I want the people of St. Maarten to understand the scenario. Richinella and John has a child. They have a child. Now, unfortunately, the child is a beautiful child, but the child has complications. The child has complications. But Richinella and John, unfortunately, don't have transportation. Taxis are expensive. Gypsies, also expensive. Public transportation is not regulated. And when something happens to that child, every time they fear for losing that child. So they decide, with the little finance that they have, they're going to buy a second-hand car. They take the car to their mechanic. The mechanic says the car looks good. They decide now that, you know, they hear so much things about stolen cars in St. Maarten, bad reputation St. Maarten have. To the point when I had an MP that went on social media saying, listen, before you buy a car, make sure that you check with the correct entities that the car is not stolen. No, listening to the advice of individuals and the MPs and all those that tell them, listen, people are steal cars all the time, make sure that you check. The individual now goes to the police department. They go to the police department now, they have the car, they say, listen, I'm interested in buying this car. Lord, all my savings are putting into this car. I need to verify that this car is not a stolen car. Please, I need a car, my child. I have a sick child. They put in the request. They say, come back in 2 weeks. Please, I won't come back in 2 weeks. I'll give you time to work. 2 weeks pass, nothing. 3 weeks pass, nothing. Madam Chair, almost a month passed. 8 to 10 visits to the hospital. Several life-threatening situations. Finally, they get a response. Listen, you know the problem we got with the police department and the traffic department? We can't verify if the car's stolen, yes or no. Buy the car at your own risk. That's the response that the individual get. That's the response John get. So John now saying, okay, I carry the car, mechanic say the car good, seller say the car good, I purchase the car, driving the car, dealing with my day-to-day situation. Barely could put gas in the car because gas gone up. Madam Chair, driving one day with groceries in the back of my car because we ain't had Pampers. So baby make a mess and mother calling me on the phone screaming, hurry up, get here, the baby, da, 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 da. Madam Chair, I'll cut it short, but it's the reality. Madam Chair, hold and behold, police pull him over, traffic department. For his bad luck, car was stolen. Police officer that pulled him over was the exact same police officer that signed that documentation telling him, because of staffing issues, buy the car. Not because buy the car, but do what you want. Coincidence? I don't know. But that's exactly what's going on here. My cabinet and I followed the procedures. We followed the procedures. We didn't skip not one step. We didn't hide nothing. And today I find myself in this position. being attacked by the same person responsible for that same department. Is it fair? John lose a car, life savings, pamper in which home in time for the child. Is it fair? Is it right, Madam Chair? You don't have to answer. But I just want members of Parliament and the public to understand that scenario. I'm breaking it down for everybody to understand what I am going through. Madam Chair, I must also add, I'm going to continue now. Just want you all to ponder on that example. Going back to the consultant in question, at that point was the only local St. Martino with hands-on experience as a project manager with World Bank donor funds project. An additional tribute that I must also let people know that this was no favor given to anybody. Again, we followed the process. This was the most qualified person receiving a contract to do an urgent assignment, which he performed in more than satisfactory manner that led to the ministry, not my person, reaching out to him for additional projects. And it must also be stated, Madam Chair, that up to December 2025, the Prime Minister and the Chef of Cabinet and his Chef de Cabinet had been in several meetings with the consultant. So I don't understand this. I really don't understand this. So what changed all of a sudden? Why this is becoming a topic now? What changed, Madam Chair? I will discuss within short. Truth will be told. Madam Chair, the assessment was carried out. So I think it's important also to share this. Proven to be extremely valuable. The assessment that was carried out was proven to be extremely valuable for the ministry. The findings reveal several serious issues related to the management and oversight of the project. Among the most concerned was the critical information regarding the project had not been shared with the ministry in a timely manner. The assessment also indicated that the budgeted funds would most likely not be sufficient to complete the project. Additionally, the ministry had not been provided with a master schedule for the project. I can remember when I was here, MP Ottley, MP York, constantly having questions about this master schedule. I couldn't answer immediately because I was explaining the issues I was having with NRPB with transparency. Eventually, we did get it. And when we got it, it was late. There was already showing delays of 3 to 4 months with possibilities of even 6 months. Now, Madam Chair, while these findings were concerning, the ministry was also very impressed with the level of detail and insight that the assessment provided. I made it clear that a strong technical oversight on behalf of the ministry was necessary. As a result, the department primarily responsible for this project concluded that it was critical to recruit external technical support to assist the ministry. At that time, the Minister of V.S.A., simply myself, did not have the Ministry of V.S.A. simply did not have an internal manpower or a person specialized with specialized knowledge required to properly oversee this project. Again, as I stated earlier, the individual who had previously served as the focal point for the ministry already transitioned to work full-time for NRPB, leaving the ministry without internal expertise. Given these circumstances, and considering that the Ministry of ROMI was also facing capacity constraints and could not provide additional support, the decision was made by the department in charge of this project, not my person, to seek external technical assistance to safeguard the interests of the ministry and yet, more importantly, the country. Madam Chair, it is important to highlight throughout this process the department followed the appropriate procedures. A public tendering process was conducted and interviews were held, after which a candidate was selected based on the established process. The prepared advice then proceeded through the normal internal channels for review. Transparency. At that stage, Legal Affairs provided an initial negative advice. Now, this negative advice wasn't based on the documentation or the terms of reference that was submitted by the department head. We still can't understand how they got the wrong documentation. However, the department head quickly corrected this and provided the correct documentation. And Legal Affairs ensured that the matter could be properly reviewed. The response from Legal Affairs after they received the correct documentation is that they identified a concern of a potential conflict of interest. Potential conflict of interest. Importantly, they also provided guidance on how the recruitment process could still be finalized in order to ensure that this potential conflict of interest is justified, while implementing additional safeguards to ensure transparency and demonstrate that the appropriate measures had been taken, Madam Chair. Now, when we talk about the first contract, if I had this information the first time, we wouldn't be here today neither. But okay. This again illustrates that the ministry made efforts to follow the proper procedures and seek the appropriate legal guidance throughout the process. However, upon initiating the process outlined by Legal Affairs, it became clear that completing the process under those additional safeguards would take considerable time and would require further involvement from the same Legal Affairs department that today is still understaffed. Madam Chair, based on this fact and that point of increasing fear that the Mental Health Foundation project would come to a halt due to significant delay and lack of additional funding, and the urgent need of the department to focus on GHI and the BIC, the Department of Public Health, again, the Department of Public Health itself, not me, not my chief of staff, made the decision to place the recruitment on hold. As such, I once again reiterate that my person, that my person and the department in question followed the regular procedures in an open, honest, and transparent manner. Madam Chair, I can't go in any more details regard to that particular situation. As I stated, there's an ongoing court case, and I will await the procedures of that ongoing court case for us to know where we stand. And I hope that before any decisions are made, that can also be the stance of members of Parliament. Madam Chair, I now move on to the next matter that was referenced in the letter, which concerns appointment related to SZV. Madam Chair, from the very beginning, the process raised several red flags, even before the full review of the process had been completed. Different individuals and stakeholders, including the Prime Minister and the members of the URSM board, provided their views and suggestions regarding what should happen with the process. In fact, at one point, the chair of the SZV board even attempted to appoint an interim individual to the position, even though the governing legislation does not provide for such a step, especially in the manner he wanted to proceed. When looking at the process itself, several concerning elements became apparent. The recruitment process, which should have begun in January 1st, 2025, only started end of February, after repeated reminders from the Cabinet of V.C. The recruitment advertisement was immediately red flagged by the Cabinet as potentially giving internal candidates an unfair advantage. Additionally, Madam Chair, one candidate who eventually scored 98% in the final round had actually been disqualified earlier in the process due to circumstances beyond his control, namely an island-wide blackout. Furthermore, 4 out of the 6 top candidates formally expressed concerns about the recruitment process. They formally expressed concerns about the recruitment process, 4 out of the 6. There were also irregularities in the scoring, including a situation where candidates reportedly received a score of, Madam Chair, 104%. 104% out of 100, Madam Chair. Which is mathematically impossible, but it happened. Therefore raises question regarding the integrity of the scoring system. Madam Chair, confidential information related to the recruitment process also leaked on several occasions, further undermining the confidence of the process. Finally, the recruitment appeared to focus heavily on the construction of the new SZV building, rather than addressing one of the most pressing issues facing SZV today, which is, Madam Chair, lady, is no secret, is the financial sustainability of SZV. Taken together, these issues, all that I've listed, these issues made it clear that it was a process that required careful scrutiny and responsible oversight. Madam Chair, it is not my style to call out names in public. However, I find it important to do so in this slide, as I truly believe this will assist the members of Parliament and the public to better understand the points raised in the letter from the URSM board, as I did not follow the instructions of the board. On contrary, I did what I consider to be in the best interest of St. Maarten. Given the concerns surrounding the recruitment process, several possible ways forward were discussed at the time. As indicated, different stakeholders had different preferences regarding how situations should be handled. One opinion that was suggested was to extend the mandate of the then director, which was the preference expressed by the Prime Minister. Another suggestion was to proceed with the appointment of the top candidate despite the concerns raised about the recruitment process. This was the preference expressed by the President of the URSM. My own preference at the time was to consider the appointment of an interim director in order to ensure continuity while allowing the process to be reviewed. However, after careful reviewing the situation and the applicable legal framework, seeking legal advice from 3 different legal experts, it became clear that the only responsible course of action was to follow the provision of the SZV law. As a result, the ultimate decision was to restart the CEO recruitment process. Once a full board had been appointed, this would ensure that the process could be conducted properly and in full compliance with the law.
Minister, with your indulgence, I have taken note of MP Iran wishing to make an interruption. I allow him to do so now. MP Iran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like clarity and maybe a question posed to the Minister. The Minister mentioned that the URSM board sat with the Minister in helping to decide what the options would be in terms of the SAV matter, and I want to understand if this is a normal occurrence, so that the board helps or handles information of government entities. Is that a normal matter? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Iran. Minister, you may continue.
Thank you very much for that interruption question. Madam Chair, to answer the question, no, it is not a normal situation. Basically, what we do as a political party usually is that we brief each other of certain developments. However, what I have realized as well, sometimes you brief just to give inputs and maybe you can give recommendation, but what I've realized in my experience is that sometimes if you don't follow the instructions of the board, then you will receive issues. That's how this political party functions. However, again, as I stated, it's information shared just for everybody to be on the same page, for also as a party that we know what is the situation and what the ministers are actually dealing with. However, information that are confidential are not shared with those, are not confidential information I don't share with the board either. Madam Chair, in the end, the decision that was taken was not based on political preference, but simply on adhering to what the law required, plain and simple. However, today, I am being blamed for not adhering to the law and ensuring a recruitment process of which 4 of the 6 top candidates submitted a complaint.
Minister Brugge, I take note of MP York at the interruption lectern, and I give him the floor at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point, if the Minister wouldn't mind clarifying. The Minister stated just now that confidential information he would not share with the board. Yet I'm seeing a slide and an explanation where the appointment or the discussion of an appointment of a CEO for a major company was discussed with the board, seeing that the board had a preference. So is the discussion of appointment of a CEO, not confidential information? And if that's the case, is the minister discussing confidential information with his party's board? I just want to understand that connection there better, please.
Thank you, MP York. Minister, you may continue, and
Thank you.
if you can, address the concern or the question raised by MP York.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. What I can say is that the information that was shared with the board was leaked, was also because it was already leaked in the public. Even the information, when the information was leaked, I received the information I received the information after it was leaked. So even that meeting that I had with regard to the board for them to inform me happened after the information was already leaked. So most of the discussion happened already when it was already in public domain. Madam Chair, before addressing the details on the following slide, I believe it is important to clarify that contrary to unfounded and, quite frankly, unfortunate allegation suggestion that I personally appointed the current adjunct director of SZV to fit a particular narrative is plain and simple incorrect. And the fact clearly demonstrates so. The candidate for the position of adjunct director was originally proposed by the chairman of the SZV Supervisory Board in June 2024, Madam Chair. June 2024. To remind the public, I was sworn in November 2024. This proposal was subsequently confirmed through email correspondence between the chairman and the then Minister of V.S.A., Ms. now Honorable Member of Parliament Veronica Jansen-Webster, indicating acceptance of that proposed candidates. Following this, the cabinet of the then minister prepared the necessary advice to proceed with the appointment, pending the required VDSM screening. After the candidate successfully completed the VDSM screening in early 2025, the SZV Supervisory Board submitted several requests for updates regarding the finalization of the appointment of the process. At that stage, the advice had already been prepared and finalized, eventually rectified in the Council of Ministers. Madam Chair, it is therefore important to state clearly that the current adjoint director was not a personal appointment of Minister Brooke. The process and the proposed candidate were already in motion prior to my involvement. My responsibility simply to ensure that the process was completed in accordance with the law and the continuity in accordance with the law and the continuity within the institution was maintained. Madam Chair, before addressing the specific points listed on this slide, the following slide, it is important to first emphasize how serious the current situation at SZV is. The concerns regarding SZV's financial sustainability are not only concerns that I have raised as Minister of V.S.A. These concerns have also been repeatedly highlighted by the CFT, Madam Chair, during several meetings throughout last year. In fact, during the 3-day V.S.A. conference that took place at DV Little Bay, I was requested to step out of the conference to meet with representatives of the CFT. During that meeting, the CFT once again reiterated their serious concerns regarding the financial state of SZV. They specifically pointed to the uncertain status of the GHI and the financial impact that had previously been expected from its implementation. In addition, they expressed concerns about signals they were receiving that SZV appeared to be focused on focusing significantly their attention on the construction of the new building, while the financial situation of the institution suggests that other priorities should perhaps come first, Madam Chair. Given these concerns and responsibilities that come with safeguarding the sustainability of our social insurance system, I instructed SZV to conduct a thorough review of both their income and expenditures and to return with concrete and tangible solution within a period of 3 to 6 months, Madam Chair. This review was not limited to operational matters. It also included the need to address several key areas that you see listed on the slide, Madam Chair. This includes conducting an independent technical assessment of all ongoing and planned construction projects under SZV, including the St. Maarten Medical Center, White and Yellow Cross, Mental Health Foundation, and the proposed new SZV building, and any other significant investment project. I also requested legal advice regarding the renegotiation of the hospital loan, as well as solution to address the interim financial gap caused by delays related to the tourist levy and the implementation of the GHI. Furthermore, SZV was instructed, SZV get a lot of instructions, necessary though. SZV was instructed to accelerate work on the 1B draft law, prepare a revised 2006 budget with clear cost containment measures, and identify interim solutions for the big situation. Finally, it is important to note that this review also included the need to address outstanding audits that
I need to interrupt you once more as I allow MP Ottley to make an interruption. MP Ottley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as one of the initiators of the meeting, I can say why I called for the meeting. And I heard the good minister through you said that when he referred to the slide, the reason we are here today. This is not the reason. This is part of the reason. The reason we are here today and the reason that I called this meeting because after this came a whole 12-page letter that was leaked to the media. After this was accusations of abuse of power. So I hope that this is not where we're ending because I need to get a clear view, especially knowing what's at stake. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Ottley. And Minister, like MP Ottley asked that question for the sake of the members of Parliament, because I saw you mention going over to the next subtopic. And thus I ask, according to what are you, what topics are you following? If I look at the letter that I received from the members of Parliament and the request to you based on that letter, and I read what it reads. So I was wondering when you mentioned earlier now to the next topic and you went over to SZV, where are those topics listed if the members can get an indication of that based on MP Ottley's question. Yeah. So if you can explain that, please, to the members. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much for the interruption inquiry. Madam Chair, that 12-page letter also included matters related to SZV. So I just wanted to give a holistic explanation of the severity of the situation in SZV. If members of parliament would like, I have no problem with going fast forward some of these information. And at the end of the day, parliament also has the presentation. Correct, right? Oh, I can also provide parliament with the presentation to which the information that I'm going to pass over, you would have. Okay? If that's the request of.
Minister, of course, you can, I encourage you to share whatever information that you can. However, the request for this meeting is, the undersigned, so the MPs requesting this meeting wanted an urgent public meeting with you, Minister, to address the recent integrity-related allegations within the Ministry of V.C, including the request for an investigation by the Integrity Chamber, and your presence was requested. Based on this request signed by 3 members of Parliament, you were invited to the meeting. So that's basically the request from the members for this meeting. So I can understand MP Ottley's question with respect to where you are right now. However, I want to state that the topic that you are deliberating on is important. And again, any information you want to share with Parliament, of course, you're always free to do so. But in the context of this meeting, it is based on that request, which request was forwarded to you with the same verbiage as the letter I received.
All right.
Minister, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Lady. As I indicated just now, the intention was mainly to, in the letter itself, had issues related to SFA, and I just wanted to highlight why it is so important that there were continuation, and also focus was on the financial sustainability of SFA when it comes for the people of St. Maarten. However, if you allow me 5 minutes just to go through my notes so that I can get to what is actually what the MPs are asking for, to assist, to make sure that I can get to exactly what the MPs are asking for so that I can present that aspect.
You're requesting 5 minutes to kind of configure that. But I see before, okay, Minister, I will allow that, but before that, I give MP Roseberg the opportunity for an interruption as she's already standing at the lectern. MP Roseberg.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Seeing that the Minister requested 5 minutes, through you, Madam Chair, I would like to also know, just for my own expectation, if during that 5 minutes also the question, what I would like to get answered, because that was, for me, important to know if that will be discussed today, is if the investigation in regards to the Integrity Chamber, if that will also be part of what will be discussed today. That's for me very important because I saw the request from the members, and I would like to know if today we will get an update on that regard as well, what the status is and what the possible outcome is as well. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. I would want to believe, but of course the Minister can confirm that based on the time requested now, the Minister is going to go back in line with the request as it was sent to him, which is based on the letter as received from the members of Parliament. I hear the Minister referring to a letter with these items. However, Minister, that letter itself is not for this discussion, but rather as presented by the members. So it's kind of a broad scope that was presented by the members, but including what MP Roseberg mentioned, that is a specific reference in the letter by the members of Parliament, which is the matter of the Integrity Chamber. That, yes, is mentioned by name in the letter. So, Minister, I'll allow you the 5 minutes now, and then I'm sure when you come back, you will address the matters raised. So this meeting is adjourned for 5 minutes. So until 5:05, meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, this meeting is hereby reopened as we continue with the Minister giving a presentation based on the request for this meeting. And just to remind the public and everyone else that we're on agenda point number 3 for this meeting. We closed off the agenda point 2, which was regarding the new hospital on St. Martin, and then we're now dealing with the request for the meeting that reads the recent integrity-related allegations within the ministry, including the request for an investigation by the Integrity Chamber. For the members of Parliament, I again note that this is document number IS 919. Minister Brugge, you may continue with your presentation on the matters outlined in the request for this meeting. Minister Brugge.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Lady. Adjusting my presentation to what was requested by the members of Parliament, I have shortened it and I have decided to go straight into the matter at hand. Madam Chair, with regard to the integrity, the aspect with the Integrity Chamber, I would like to inform the members of Parliament that I have officially submitted a complaint to the Integrity Chamber to conduct an investigation on certain matters. However, I have been informed by the Integrity Chamber that the exact nature of my complaint cannot be shared with Parliament or the public at this time. This is because the Integrity Chamber must first review the information that has been submitted and to determine whether a formal investigation will be initiated, and if so, what scope of the investigation would be done. So, Madam Chair Lady, again, this is the information that was given to me by the Integrity Chamber on how much information I can divulge on the floor of Parliament, but also in public. I have recently reached out to the Integrity Chamber to ask for an update. So what I can confirm, yes, I did give a complaint. I submitted an official complaint to the Integrity Chamber. Whether the investigation will be carried out, at this present moment in time, the Integrity Chamber cannot confirm. That's just their process.
Minister, allow me to give the floor briefly to MP Ottley for an interruption. MP Ottley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, while I hear the Minister, and you may claim that you cannot go into details, what was the investigation? Against who? What is the premise of the investigation? That definitely can be, because then I'll have to read the letters that circulated, and I don't want to be assuming. So what was the premise, and against who? Against what?
Thank you, MP Ottley. Minister, you may continue. I don't know if you were finished with your statement on this topic, but then you also have the question, the request by MP Ottley. If you can address it now, I invite you to do so.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Lady. I am currently requesting the information, if I can. I'm currently requesting from someone, from legal, if I can answer that particular question. So if I can, I will do it within short. Okay. Yeah, I've already sent it. Someone waiting it. So MP Ottley, so what I can say, it is regarding integrity matters within VSR, whether I'm allowed to disclose against who and exactly the topics of my complaint. That is something I'm waiting to find out.
Minister Brugge, I see MP Lacroes looking to make use of the interruption lectern. MP Lacroes, you may.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, I want to give the Minister a 10-second advice.
10 seconds.
You are losing us. You are losing us. Yesterday, there was a letter that came out from your person, I believe, with a lot of information. That information now is being asked of you to bring it to the floor of Parliament. We all know already who and what the Integrity Chamber is going to do. And I'm going to tell you this through you, Madam Chair Lady. If you are not there, the Integrity Chamber will speak to the civil servants who are afraid of who remains there. That report will not be what you think it will be. You have the opportunity now to tell us exactly what is happening. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Lacroes. Minister, you may continue with your presentation. And like I always say, if you can address the point of MP Lacroes, otherwise you just continue with what you had to present.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Lady. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, thank you very much for that 10 seconds advice. Thank you very much for the 10-second advice. MP Lacroes, I hear you. I hear you loud and clear. I just want, Madam Chair Lady, for Parliament to allow me to follow the process. I'm going to get the information. With regard to what article that I've written, this particular question, can I divulge exactly what Integrity Chamber is doing? I can't. But allow me to continue the presentation, and I'm sure you will hear what you're looking for.
Minister, you may continue, and please continue to direct your answers via the chair.
Yes, of course, Madam Chair Lady, thank you very much for reminding me. I started this presentation, I started the presentation stating the reason why I'm here today. And I stated also in the public is because I refuse to go along with the different requests of the Prime Minister to break the law within the Ministry of V.C. In particular, as it relates to the big legislation project to hiring consultants. Members of Parliament, I received a memo by the Prime Minister dated December 15th, 2025, requesting me to agree in writing that I will deviate from the advice of the ministry. I was instructed to make changes to an advice that was received from the department in which the process of due diligence had already taken place. Because the advice did not reflect the outcome that the Prime Minister wanted, because he had already hired a consultant to execute a project which did not fall under his jurisdiction, Madam Chair, is one of the reasons why I'm here. Abuse of power. Madam Chair, if I had done as he had requested, I would have put aside the entire process and the accountability ordinance and the conditions we agreed to with the TWO fund for the TWO funds would have been in jeopardy, Madam Chair. To then approve the big law frame and his legislative draftman, Madam Chair, again, for the members of Parliament through you, is illegal. And MP Lacroes, you said it right. Through you, Madam Chair. You said it right. That is also my fear. That is also my fear, Madam Chair. The Prime Minister had asked on different occasions, which I denied. He went as far as attempting to make agreements in writing that will deviate from the law. With regard to the BIC, I said that. Madam Chair, what I went through, I call the actions of the Prime Minister You know what? No. No, wait. Madam Chair, I wanted to say something, but you know what, Madam Chair? The Prime Minister hijacked my advice to be placed on calm. Simply put, if I don't do this, it will not come on calm. And several different versions of what he wanted me to do, different memos, were sent to me in order, guy simply blackmail me. If you don't do this, it will not get on calm. Unfortunately,
members, please
Madam
allow
Chair.
the minister to make his presentation undisturbed. Minister, you may continue.
Madam Chair, this continued for quite a while, back and forth, back and forth. To when I got to the point that I couldn't take it anymore, Madam Chair, I decided that I was going to send the Prime Minister, the leader of the URSM, a memo informing him that if he does not put the advice on calm, that I will inform the Integrity Chamber, the Ombudsman, the TWO, and the public of his abuse of power to withhold a minister's advice from being placed on the COM agenda as the chair. Madam Chair, I had to immediately ask, is this allowed? Madam Chair, I went to authorities higher than myself. Is this allowed? Over and over it was denied. Then to find out.
Minister, I have another member requesting an interruption. I give the floor to MP Irian. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, these are some pretty heavy accusations, but in addition to that, what's on paper, what's in writing, and that was leaked prior already. The memo dated on December 15th from the Prime Minister states, Minister Bruch and I are in agreement, and it has text following. In that same document, Minister, there's a Prime Minister's signature, and then there's your part. And in your part states, I am not in agreement. So my question now is, would you say then that this was a possible falsification of an official decision-making on record? Because the Prime Minister's writing to other dignitaries or other officials saying that himself and you are in agreement in an official document, and then you're saying this is not true, then it is a falsification somewhere, I believe. Would you say that's true or not? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian.
Yes.
Minister.
Thank you for that interruption and requirement. Yes, MP Irian, I would say so as well. And it's not hypothetical what you said. It has been that certain emails were sent to certain stakeholders stating that I made agreements with the Prime Minister on certain decisions that was not true, to which I self had to make sure send a correction and justify that I was not in agreements or in accordance with what was sent by the Prime Minister. Madam Chair, as I continue, I was told that as chair, no chair of COM has the right not to place the agenda of any minister on, not to put an advice of any minister on the agenda. Madam Chair, it has gone so far that once it was even asked of me, Madam Chair. As Prime Minister, I have the right to ask you for an advice, and I would like the advice of this to be provided to me. Madam Chair, my response to that was, show me where the legislation says that I, as a minister, has to provide an advice in my ministry to another minister, because I don't agree with it. But show me where the legislation says so. And it was so strange because I didn't comply with that request. I referred to the Prime Minister, and I told him that all my requests, all of my advices, all of my contracts, I did the regular routes. There isn't anything that V.S.A. has executed, and I say again, we did it with transparency, we did the process, we never skipped, or never intentionally skip a process. Madam Chair, somehow, again, the board finds certain things, I don't know how they got it, everyone read the letter. But again, it's another form of abuse of power. First, the hijack, then the demanding and the bullying of getting documents from my person. Madam Chair, when I tell you, only God knows what I go through every day as a minister of V.S.A. It's not a nice thing. It's really not a nice thing. Again, it was never my intention to put St. Maarten in this light. But the story, not the story, but the truth have to be told. Madam Chair, I talk about my experience with the Prime Minister. But there are civil servants, through you, Madam Chair Lady, as expressed by the Honorable MP Lacroes, that were also approached in order to do unlawful acts. And Madam Chair, they took an oath just like me. They honored their oath, and they reported that those actions and those requests to me directly. Madam Chair, one of the things that the Integrity Chamber proposed or suggested to the government is to introduce a whistleblowers policy. Based on my experience and that of the civil servants, Madam Chair, it's desperately needed. Because if that can be put in place, a lot of things that should not be happening in government would come to light. Corrective measures can be taken, and I am sure, without a shadow of a doubt, the people of St. Maarten would benefit from it. We will see progress. There's a lot of things going on, not only with regard to the Ministry of V.S.A. We need that policy to give civil servants protection. I have nothing to lose, to be honest with you. My integrity is important for me. Civil servants are afraid of being retaliated, Madam Chair. I am not the type of minister, hey, I got something on you, you got something on me, and we leave it like that, and the people suffer. Whatever you think you got me, bring it. I could defend it. I can justify it. Everything that I've done do has always been with good intention. Madam Chair, again, I wish, and I'm hoping, I followed the meeting yesterday. And I know I placed the coalition members in a very difficult position, because this is not normal. This is really not normal. And I heard the cry, country St. Maarten above coalition. Within short, if the motion comes, that will be the position that every member of parliament will be in. Because what I talk about, I have proof. If any member of parliament want to reach out to certain civil servants to find out what exactly is going on, please do so. Because these are very respectable civil servants, honest, hard-working civil servants. Madam Chair, I heard also one MP stated, believe it was MP Duran, that as a minister, he too made mistakes. We all make mistakes, and we all make mistakes as ministers, as human beings. Every one of us in here, whether political or private. But the point is, how do we come back from those mistakes? Do we continue to make the same mistakes? I've proven that the Prime Minister, he did. At first I thought, hey, he come from the private sector. He doesn't know better. He was explained. I informed the board. And saying that as well, I didn't just, I informed the board. At a certain point in time, wasn't getting anywhere with the board. I formed coalition. At a certain point in time, and I said they're a very difficult position because, you have a prime minister that decided to make a coalition. At the end of the day, he's saying that he has no more confidence in me as a minister, asking for my head to roll. And as he stated, somebody said...
Minister Brugge, I would ask you to allow me to give the floor to MP York for an interruption. MP York.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just for the clarification, once again, if the minister will be so kind, I asked a question a while ago pertaining to the minister's deliberations with the party's board. And now I'm hearing again from the minister stating that he deliberated with the board, confided in the board pertaining to the problems, the internal governmental problems he was experiencing, the minister was experiencing with the Prime Minister, before going to the coalition, which would be the elected officials of said party, etc. So I want to understand, is the minister discussing internal affairs with the party's board? Is that an instruction of being on the party, or is that just how the culture was of, I don't know how ministers communicate within COM? I don't understand. So if the minister can clarify the deliberations back and forth between minister and board and why. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP York. Minister Brugge, you may continue.
Thank you very much. MP York, to address your clarification. Thank you very much for the inquiry. Madam Chair, through you, MP York, yes, I had discussions with the board pertaining to certain things that was going on. Advices and certain, to a limit. So advices and letters and what's not, that I have not shared with the board. It's basically I've given them the information of what exactly was taking place, hoping that they would have, corrective measures would have taken place. Of course, you're a party member, you go to your board, because I would think this is a logical thing as well. You go to your board if you have issues with candidates or with candidates or ministers, and you hope that internally things are settled, because you do need a you do need that group that's supposed to be supportive and also neutral. Unfortunately, with regard to my complaints, after giving my complaints of certain things I was going through, of course, the atmosphere, and I'm not afraid to say it now, is the dog can do no wrong, but Brugge is always wrong. Madam Chair, the question was even asked to me then, after I sent the first letter of concern. You have anything else on the Prime Minister? You have anything else? Madam Chair, after that letter, never heard back again whether the board addressed the Prime Minister, never heard back again anything, not even to, nothing to say that, hey, listen, we spoke to him, this is the corrective measure, nothing. After a couple months, started back again. Got more severe. Now indirect attacks against my chef de cabinet, looking for things, you know, meddling, having meetings with my department head, asking them, telling them to report to them. Madam Chair, it is so bad, Madam Chair. It is so bad, Madam Chair, that, you know, I ask myself all the time, I come in this, I expect a lot of, they always warn me about politics, but this is uncharted. When I speak to all other politicians, young ones, older ones, this has never been the situation. But Madam Chair, when I talk about addressing other civil servants as well and promising them things in exchange for their cooperation, whether it's a position, my seat, for example, promising them things, whether it's position on a party list. These are all the things that are actually going on, Madam Chair. These are all the things that are actually going on. Madam Chair, at the end of my tenure, I think I could write a book. I think I could write a book based on everything that I've experienced. I honestly believe I'm here because I stand up for the people of St. Maarten. I stand up for what's right. I stand up for the oath that I took when I became a member of parliament, when I became a minister. I said it too often in this hall, that once it's good for St. Maarten, whether it comes from the sitting coalition members, opposition, anybody, it will have my support. And that is exactly how I have governed. That is exactly how I've governed from the time that I've sat here. And it hurts, because to fight so many years to get here, and then in less than 2 years, you are being threatened to receive a vote of no confidence. Not because you did something wrong, just because you're not marching to the beats or to the drum of those that are asking you to do things that are unlawful, unethical, that do not benefit the people of St. Maarten. That is the reason that we're here today, Madam Chair. And at times, it does hurt. Not at times, it does hurt. Because I keep on reflecting how hard I've worked to get here. But I had a conversation over the weekend with a friend of mine. And he stated that it's not about how long you serve, but how well you serve. I believe, regardless whether the motion of confidence comes, and if it is decided that I have to go home, I will leave with my head up high. The people, those that know me, knows that I'm a man of integrity. I will continue to serve with integrity no matter what the future brings or where God takes me. I put everything in the hands of the Lord, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to end it here and tell the members of Parliament that I hope that I have answered their questions. I have brought enough information to them. And if is their intention to further investigate, I will cooperate any way possible. Again, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a person that, you know, is out there flashing and all that. I'm a simple guy that sells patty. That's what I did. That's where I come from. That's my family business. All I have is my integrity and my name. And I will not let down those that are coming after me. I'm not going to let down those that are coming after me to give them something to be disappointed in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister Brug, for your presentation on the topic as requested by members of Parliament. Of course, members of Parliament, this is a public meeting and thus, and a new agenda point, by the way, and I ask if any members wish to take the floor at this time. Of course, in order to do that, you would have to indicate that on the speakers list. I await to see if there are any members who wish to do so. We now go over to the reaction, queries, comments, questions by members of Parliament, and I start with MP Jansen-Webster. MP Jansen-Webster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairlady. Just a second. Madam Chairlady, I want to start with thanking the Minister for the presentation. And as one of the first members of URSM, I feel moved to ask a couple questions. Yesterday, we had an MP stand up and mention that coalition members do not ask the minister's question, which I said I disagreed with, and I have proof of various times that I have questioned ministers. However, I must say that in the time that I have been in Parliament, I can't really say that I have ever questioned this minister or sent any letters to this minister. Primarily because I was the minister just before him, so I opted to give him a chance, and I have a lot of respect for anyone who takes up any ministry, but especially the ministry right after me. I don't think I should beat up on the person. And so my question should not be seen as me beating up on the minister today. I just want to clarify some things, and I don't know if the minister can cooperate with me and put up the slide that he had, which started with early December 2024, advice to Jansen-Webster was sent, because that will then reflect some of the questions that I had. Because although when the letters that sparked this meeting, there were these two letters that were published, came out, and I'm hearing that they were leaked. I know that they were sent to Parliament, and after being sent to Parliament, they ended up the same time in the media. So I know that the minister mentioned that he sent the letter to Parliament, but he said he always kept everything internally. So that already is a contradiction there. And I wanted to have that substance. I can't have it. I will just, the minister can correct me, but I'm looking at when I was sworn into Parliament was November 26th. And I remember seeing up on the slide that early November 26, 2024. November 26, 2024. And then early December 2024, the minister indicated that an advice went to Yezatin and a reminder in January 2026. And the minister indicated that this advice that went to Yezatin was, the minister mentioned, to give the husband of his chief of staff a contract. And the minister didn't mention, mistakes can happen, etc. But I'm looking at the timeline. So in November 26, 2026, he was sworn in. And early December, this advice already went to give the husband of the chief of staff a contract. And then the minister proceeded to mention that the chief of staff signs all advices. So that meant that she signed that advice also. And then the minister mentioned that, and he also illustrated with a long story about the car. We all remember the car that they wanted to buy, the couple wanted to buy for their child. And so he used that to elaborate on the Yezatin way. At least I think so. So my question is, did that story have to do with Yezatin way? Because what I understood from the story, but I might be wrong, what I understood from the story was that the minister wanted a contract for the husband of his chief of staff, and he sent the request to Yezatin and then he sent a reminder because Yezatin is short-staffed. So he sent a reminder, and then Yezatin didn't answer, and then it says there that he proceeded without Yezatin advice. And my thing is, having been a civil servant, and the minister is sitting there with at least 2 civil servants, that's a no-no. Nobody in the civil service, when you continue without an advice from Yezatin and the minister, he has that up there, that he proceeded without a Yezatin advice. And I know that there are MPs who question that in here in Parliament with other ministers. So the same thing here, that's why I question how could the minister continue without this Yezatin advice. And then coincidentally, the Yezatin advice came back. The minister mentioned that it came back saying that it was negative because of a potential conflict of interest. So basically, my question, Madam Chair, is my summary of this part here, from what I gathered here today, is that accurate? Is that how it happened? Then I understood also from the car, the example of the car, that there was, it was a pressing issue. Because, and the reason why the issue was pressing, I understood, was because when the minister entered, there was someone working part-time, and so they needed somebody right away. Now, I don't think that was in my, what was the document that I didn't leave or something? My report that I left there for the minister to continue, I don't remember writing that there was an issue with the person there, but however, there was a need, I understand, a pressing need to switch that person and therefore hire the chief of staff's husband. And then the other reason for the pressing need in the car ride was because of the money not being available. So, Madam Chair, I know that when I was there in my term, money was placed on the budget, money was made, capital expenditure was made available in order and was announced to the Mental Health Foundation to alleviate them from that pressing need for funds, because just like other projects from the World Bank and NRPB, just like other projects that didn't continue on time, such as the housing project, for instance, prior to us joining the government, that project didn't meet the deadlines, so that project, the money had, it was said, oh, the money has to go back to the Netherlands. And it was said to us when I joined, when I sat with the same Secretary General and the lady who was there handling mental health, it was said that if we didn't secure the funds on time, that project too, the money would go back to the Netherlands. So together with the Minister of Finance, we secured the CAPEX. And not only that, we secured so besides the $8 million for the new building, we secured 1.3 million guilders, which was approved for 2024 and which was for operational costs, and an additional 1.2 million for 2025. And the minister was in Parliament already, and the minister answered to that question, was the money disbursed? And the minister did indicate that it was disbursed. So when I hear that there was this urgency in the car, and therefore YZW advice was not waited on, I'm going to ask again, why was YZW advice not awaited? And since the indication is that from then, legal affairs is in need of staffing, and they still are in need of staffing, have other advices been done without YZW advice since? And if so, which ones? The minister indicated that it's not his style to call names. Unfortunately, I downloaded the letter off of the Tribune, and I took the time to write down all the names that were called. And why? Because a lot of us MPs, we like to talk about people who we meet. And I met a lady who was very disturbed, and not her alone. During Carnival, I also met another gentleman, very disturbed by their names being called in this letter. And this letter being online, you know what happens when you search those persons' name? It pops up with all kinds of allegations, etc. But the minister indicated that he does not call names. What I have here, just give me briefly to count them for you. I didn't count them before. I counted 11 names, but there might be more, that were called in what is called the 12-page letter that the minister submitted to Parliament, which ended up on the Tribune. Regarding who was appointed to the adjunct, there too, yeah, my name was also mentioned in that letter, and my name was mentioned as, and it was mentioned here again, that this person was my personal appointment. I had never met the gentleman before working in V.S.A., I must say, and I feel the need, you know, when your name called, I feel the need to explain the public of St. Maarten that this man was not my personal appointment, as I'm hearing and seeing and reading. And this person was a proposal from the chair of the board. And as it goes in those functions, there is a board, the board proposes someone, and you decide based on that proposal whether you will go with it or not, and seeing the fact that this person was handling in that function for many years already, why would you not make it official? And as such, yes, indeed, I did prepare the advice, and we were awaiting the video stem screening, which the minister indicated was done early in 2025, when I was already gone in November 2026. I had a question, Madam Chair, regarding the big request from the Prime Minister to break the law. If the Minister can elaborate on which law that was that the Prime Minister was breaking, because I understand that what the Minister said was that the Prime Minister was breaking the law because he wanted to hire a consultant. And my question, Madam Chair, is, was it hiring a consultant or was it using a lawyer who was attached to the Jansen-Webster department, which falls under the Prime Minister? I just want to have that clarified. And, you know, Madam Chair, the main reason for this meeting, when we look at integrity, and again, integrity is doing the right thing, even when no one is looking. And we are hearing the whole time.
MP Jansen-Webster,
Yes,
allow me to give the floor briefly to MP Lacroes for an interruption. MP Lacroes.
Madam Chair Lady, just to help MP Jansen-Webster with that question, it's all over the news. It is clear. That wasn't a consultant, that was hired, that was someone hired explicitly for that project. It's right there, all to be seen. You could look for it. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Lacroes. MP Jansen-Webster, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. I still maintain all of my questions that I have. I would like to receive the information from the Minister, as he has mentioned it. I continue, Madam Chair. Did I mention what integrity was? Yes, integrity is doing the right thing, even when no one is looking. And, oh yes, there was a lot of talk about coalition being before the people, but I would like to say opposition neither should go before the people. You know why, Madam Chair? I counted in here, I counted 7 ministers, but I can't remember if I counted the current minister. 7 people who were ministers before. And I would like to know if those ministers, those former ministers, really feel that you could just pass up a Jansen-Webster advice, or if those ministers, those former ministers, really feel, that the contract that was given, where it is not me to judge whether it was a conflict of interest or not, but whether they feel that would be normal and they should do it in their ministries. They do that in their ministries as well.
MP Jansen-Webster, with your indulgence, I'll allow MP Duran to make an interruption. MP Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm sitting down and my mind is blown away for one strange reason. Not because of the direct details of the situation with regards to the advice asked by Jansen-Webster by the minister, but to hear my colleague talk about deviating from Jansen-Webster. Madam Chair, the budget come here without Jansen-Webster advice, and nobody said anything.
Members,
so for me, Madam Chair,
allow your colleague to make a statement. MP Duran, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, members.
Madam Chair, we cannot be representatives or oversight when it's convenient. The budget, the national budget of country St. Martin came here without Jansen-Webster advice, among many other things. So I'm not defending that, because I still am doing my research based on what the minister presented, and I'm going to ask my questions when the time comes. But come on, Madam Chair, we can't be hypocrites in here.
Thank you, MP Duran. MP Jansen-Webster, you may continue, but before I allow you to continue, I'll allow MP Lewis to make his interruption.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do understand where the good MP is coming from, but one thing we forget, it's called an advice. And I, as former minister, as a decision maker in this country, don't need and didn't need to take an advice from anyone, because it's just an advice. And my job is to motivate if I would take that advice or not. Again, it is just an advice. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. And now I'll ask to allow MP Jansen-Webster to continue. MP Jansen, you may continue.
Madam Chair, the minister actually mentioned that he always followed the advice of his departments. So maybe only of his ministry and not of others, but the minister did mention that. I have that noted here as well, that he had mentioned that. But I continue. My question to the minister is, after all of this and after all that you have spoken and said about the Prime Minister, I mean, I know him, I think, a couple of years, a good bit of years, but now, if I listen to everything that you say, and yeah, I guess the public also listens, you paint a completely different picture of him compared to what other people know of him. But after all of this, would you say that there is a working relationship with the PM? Or is this a case now of a breakdown in government? And if this is a breakdown in government, then how do you perceive that you can continue working in the COM with this Prime Minister and this government? Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Jansen-Webster. The next speaker on this topic is MP Lewis. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening to the people of St. Martin. Good evening, Minister. Good evening to everyone here. Minister Brooke, through you, Madam Chair, I know you for many years. We were also candidates on the same party back in 2016, which I think you were there for since 2010, if I'm not mistaken, but the inception of USP. Minister Brooke, through you, Madam Chair, I also worked with you when I was a police officer, and you assisted us as a FAKS officer. Minister Brooke, through you, Madam Chair, I believe your heart is in the right place for this country. I, too, took some time to become an elected official and also a minister. I also had the opportunity in working with the Prime Minister as part of his first cabinet. And I can deliberate and say here it wasn't easy. And I have mentioned it publicly about the meddling in everyone's ministry. I've said it. It's there. It's on record. Minister Brugge, I also, like I said, not only hold the ministerial position, but the two biggest ministries in this country, that which was justice and education. What I'm investigating today, Minister Brooke, through you, Madam Chair, is not the issues between party members, the integrity of the institution. Minister Brooke, the 12-page letter is just a 12-page letter to me if it does not have any underlying documents or evidence. I would consider it as a novel. We have to substantiate stuff. We have to bring evidence when we come on the floor of Parliament. The hearsay things I can't deal with. But I'll say this. You also already mentioned the point with the contract situation, the advices that your staff signed. There's an article in the LMR, and it's clear, it's Article 54 of the LMR, Minister Brugge, stating clearly that no government employee cannot have a contract or a family member that is close to them have a contract within government. That's law. So even though if you, like I mentioned just now, an advice is an advice. But when it comes to the law, and I was a law enforcer, I have to go based on the articles provided within the law. So not only that I would see, and it's my opinion, that it was conflict of interest for your chief of staff to sign an advice, it is also prohibited for her husband to have a contract binding with the government, and she is also a civil servant in government. Again, I'm not for the tit for tat. You did say, listen, we make mistakes. I make mistakes too. They started an investigation on Minister Lewis because of a memo. I do understand you. But what I'll say is this. The party problem right now is a big issue for me on how we're going to move this country forward. There's major problems within your party. They distance themselves from you. And I would like to know, what do you personally think about it and how you're going to help move St. Martin? Because yes, you have a ministry, but you have a council of ministers. And I've said basically, based on the behavior of all ministers, I put all I in one box, and I would say, you all are incompetent. You all are incompetent because we cannot even work with each other properly in order to serve this country wholeheartedly. We cannot be fake with the people in this country, Minister. Minister, I know that you're nervous. I know that there's a possibility that a motion might be tabled. And I too have to make my judgment not based on party politics, but the integrity of the institution. Minister, again, your heart is in the right place, but I feel that you were misled. I feel, I'm of the opinion that not only misled, that you were even set up for failure. That's why in this business, when I got that position, I worked tirelessly and very hard. When I was going through the screening, I made sure to start to review the entire organizational structure, because I know there's individuals who would like to see me fail. No prime minister, no governor can tell you as minister how to run your ministry. Your advisors can only advise you, but your job is to take the initiative and serve this country the way that you think you're supposed to serve it. Again, I know exactly what you went through dealing with Prime Minister Dr. Luc Mercelina. I can tell you he came to me when it comes to certain decisions that I made and tell me and asked me if I could retract it. And I said, no, I ain't retracting nothing. The next minister coming in, leave her retracted. And when the next minister come in, she goes and kumbaya with everything that they tell her to do. So how are we making decisions on behalf of this country? You as a minister have to make your decision with a sound mind. Not because your advisors tell you that no, you can't do this, or yes, you could do that. You have the choice, the common sense to make a decision and say, listen, I do understand your advice. You have a department head, you have an SG right here. They can say they refuse to go ahead with what you want, but you can motivate it. But that part there with the conflict of interest, I stand by that. That there, according to the articles in the law, is prohibited. All right, Minister Bruch, you have acknowledged some of your failures, but I said again, you have been doing a great job, and that is what the people of St. Martin want. But when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, when it comes to advices, contracts, and the spending of the people's money, that's where I come in as a member of parliament to hold every and any minister accountable. And we have always had that open relationship that I can call you, I can meet you in your office, good. But I have to listen to everything here today, from your side, from my other colleagues, and make a sound decision tomorrow with whatever is going to be tabled, Minister Bruch. But if I could say if a vote come of no confidence, and I choose not to adhere to it, because at the end of the day, if anything is criminal, Minister Bruch, the law has to deal with that. There's Lance Recherche, there's head of state, there's everybody who have to deal with those things. My job is not to be the judge, the jury, nor the executioner. My job is to make a sound decision on how we're going to move this country further after these deliberations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. Members, I don't see any other signature just yet. On the speakers list, I see MP Ottley approaching the desk, so I'll wait for him to affix his signature to the speakers list. MP Ottley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honorable Minister of V.C, I know it couldn't be easy. I heard the emotions in your voice. I saw your hand trembling because I know you had to dig deep. It's not your character. You had to dig deep. And the reason that this meeting was called on my premise, I said it when I started. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. There will not be, on my side, a judgment cast half the way. If something was done wrong, and there was no means or attempt to correct what was done wrong, then actions has to be taken. But by no means can someone bring you to be crucified and they themselves have been committing the same crime or worse. Allegedly. Madam Chair, I use the word allegedly very, very lightly because as a member of Parliament, I read right here. This is facts. Minister of V.C, Richard Brooke, and I are both in agreement. We're making the following adjustments and additions to the advice. Hey, to hire the consultant required for the project. And correct. Your signature is not on this paper. I won't turn it to the camera, but it's an official advice. Your signature.
MP Ottley, if you give me one moment to allow MP Jansen-Webster to make an interruption. MP Jansen-Webster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick glance of the document that the MP is holding up. I see a crest of the government on it. And since we're talking about integrity and about leaking of documents and documents going to official channels, etc., I just wanted to know, is it, what is the document? Who is the author? Where is it from? And how did a good MP get the document? Was it a document that was requested via the channels of DIV in Parliament and DIV in government? Thank you.
Thank you, MP Jansen-Webster. MP Ottley, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The beautiful thing about Parliament is when I stand right here and I speak, you not only have immunity, that MPs don't have to answer to MPs. So, as I report, this is an official document, yes. And it came from the Honorable, I didn't get it from him, but the Honorable Prime Minister is sending this letter to stakeholders. And so brave and so boldly and so smart, the Minister of V.C stated underneath, not in agreement. Please see attached email. Forgery. Abuse of power at its best. Abuse of power. Now, I know some of the names that were mentioned in your letter as well. And I also did my research. And while a good MP may have had some that say they're upset, I have asked some, is this allegations true? And they said yes. Yes, boldly. Deviate, do not answer to the Minister of V.C, answer to me, deviate from the ministry's advice. I also see a letter where it's stating that the Minister of V.C. is asking and pleading for advice to be placed on CALM. Minister said that I took an oath and I refuse to deviate from this oath. You see the beautiful thing about it? What you spoke today is here. And the good MP said it. I didn't want to show it to the camera, but the good MP confirmed it. So the public know that I'm not lying. They saw a government crest. So now we know it's official. Thank you. They solidified it. So what you are speaking today is accurate. It's accurate until the Prime Minister brings something that shows different. Madam Chair, a leopard could do many things, but can't change the spots. This is customary. Immediately, I don't like what you're doing, you fired. Own party member. Destroy the dynasty. Lyndon Lewis, Minister Lyndon Lewis, complained about the meddling in his ministry. Minister, MP, if I may. I got a call from the MP saying, they are trying to fire me for the statements that I made when he said that he did not sign any decree to stop the gatherings. Through you, Madam Chair. Customary, that's two. Here we have today Minister Brooke standing his ground. Now you gotta go. Now you gotta go. Customary. Leopards can't change that. But what is most important, Madam Chair, what are we going to do with the accusations of abuse of power? Borderline, not even borderline, forgery. Putting the minister in a spot saying that the minister agrees and he don't. Where's the picture you had? To put our own people. To put our own people. This is public. Saying leaked. Process, ways, and means. Say, Maarten is small. And yes, look, I have sat in meetings with the previous governor, with the governors, and I have stressed that St. Maarten is small, limited, very much, sometimes based on a position that you need. And you are going to run into some of these issues. Where it went wrong for me, you said it, is where the advice came from. Through you, Madam Chair. But you said it, owned up to it, admitted it. My thing is, through you, Madam Chair, if you were warned before, then today, this is the pound of flesh that you have to face, through you, Madam Chair. But we're being fair, right? So it's going to be very interesting to see how votes will go. Because am I going to penalize one and let the other walk free? Because he's Prime Minister. Madam Chair, we don't see where this is going. My good colleagues sit up here and say, all of a sudden today, you committed the worst crime through you, Madam Chair. The worst crime. You didn't go through the exacting way. You moved on without the exacting way. Budget for Soul Beach, zip. And my good colleague, MP Arian, made a statement the other day. A bold statement, ruffle some feathers. But where does go, guys? When the audit, the motion came to audit Soul Beach, Shamira Roseberg voted for. You know why? Example. Maybe she was not the only one of coalition. I see my good colleague looking at me, MP Wever. But she voted for. And you know why? Stated in the motivation, it's not against the coalition, but right is right and wrong is wrong. So today, to hear those speak, you have committed the biggest blasphemy by going past your certain way, but supported everything else that came from every other minister that didn't go through your certain way. I can tell you this. March 4th, a meeting was called on the same topics for the Honorable Prime Minister. And if I should say for the dismissal of Minister Richina Brooke, I should say for the dismissal of the Honorable Prime Minister. Because there's nothing that could be said to me to reverse black and white. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nothing can be said to me to reverse black and white. And like you said, maybe a person is come from the private sector and learn. But these letters, the dates, the mannerism, and the way that the civil servants has been threatened, has been shown, they ain't learned the lesson and they ain't gonna stop now. It's not gonna stop now. Madam Chair, today, I listened and Parliament, the country listened, over 300 plus people. And I hear things today on the floor of Parliament and make me wonder, but these things sound like a coalition meeting. These things sound like 400 to be corrected. People were tuned in. And things could have been addressed. Now we have majority. So if it's a coalition's wish for you to leave, we nothing we can do. But if we put in country above coalition, I will end by saying this. If the decision is made for Richina Brooke, Minister Richina Brooke, to leave on these allegations, through you, Madam Chair, I said it during campaign, and I'll say it now. Luke must go as well. The proof is in the pudding. Abuse of power. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Ottley. And now we have MP Lacroes. MP Lacroes, you have the floor.
Madam Chair Lady, it is 6:36, a blessed evening. Griffier, Minister, your support staff, my colleagues, and those in the Tribune, those watching on social media. Madam Chair Lady, last year, I had a conversation. When I got a whiff of all of this, what was going on. Madam Chair Lady, I am part of the opposition. And if you remember clearly, I stated, and it came out in the Daily Herald on the front page, MP Lacroes warns of a motion of non-confidence if government doesn't move this country forward and if they don't do what they have to do. And there was an uproar. Madam Chair Lady, all these things came to me from last year. And I sat and I gave the opportunity for these things to be settled and dealt with properly. And when I spoke first, I said, Madam Chair Lady, because I knew that these things, and this is an embarrassment to the country. It is an embarrassment to the country. So I gave the opportunity, handle this, take care of this, make amends. Today we're still here. Today we're still here, Madam Chair Lady. And I want to thank the Honorable Minister of V.C. I want to thank his support team. And I'll tell you why, Madam Chair Lady. Because I know that it is not easy sitting there. I know it's not easy. Because every day you continue thinking, what will happen tomorrow? Do I still have a job? Will I be set up? Madam Chair Lady, I think the minister, whom I've known for maybe 35, 40 years, he have more guts than me. Because from the point that I got whiff of you trying to get rid of me and set me up and putting people in my cabinet to report back to you, I would have leave. Because at that point, anything could be slipped under your desk, in your bag, anything. Madam Chair Lady, I treat government and this parliament like House of Cards. I watch it 3, 4, 5 times. Treachery. Dangerous. A nasty game. My youngest son tells me he wants to be a member of parliament. And the only thing I whisper, not that he could hear, a whisper, I rebuke you. In the name of Jesus, please get that thought out of his mind. Madam Chair Lady, there are things some people will do to stay in power. And I'm going to start with my last question to the minister instead of the first. And MP Jansen-Webster said it perfectly. Minister, how do you think that you will be able to work in this coalition, in that party, in that ministry, with what is happening here today? The stress is going to cause you to drop down. The stress is going to kill your minister, through you, Madam Chair Lady. That is a personal decision that you need to make. But I like how you ended it. You said, if you go, you will go, but you will go with your head up high. You will go with your head up high. And I award that. I award that. Hold no barriers. Make it clear to everybody. You made a mistake. You admitted your mistake. Let's move on. But that was not the issue. The issue wasn't the mistake. The mistake, that was the excuse to be able to continue doing what they wanted to do inside of the ministry. Madam Chair Lady, I analyzed the letters, and even though the minister made some comments about it, I want to make sure that I understand perfectly the letters. Because when Prime Minister gets here, I don't want to think that this is what I thought it was, but it wasn't. So I'm going to ask the questions. Minister, the letter, through you, Madam Chair Lady, paints a troubling picture of political influence creeping into V.C. Hiring, procurement process. Can you honestly tell the people of St. Maarten whether any pressure, instructions came from outside the ministry to change qualifications or influence who ultimately be selected for that position? Because what I heard is it was tailor-made. It was tailor-made. And Madam Chairlady, House of Cards. House of Cards. Madam Chairlady, even if the minister tells me today that it wasn't tailor-made, I will still believe it was tailor-made. Why? Because I have seen that happen not only in government. I've seen businesses set up a job vacancy specifically for a specific person. So my question, that doesn't even matter too much. My question is, did we overpay? And was the job done? And if I would run that vacancy again, will I find someone else that could have done that job better? I want those answers. I want those answers. Madam Chairlady, we spoke of sharing confidential documents left and right. Was this ever investigated? Through you, Madam Chairlady, because impossible that everyone just talking about these things, but no one had said, hey, you, come here. You're leaking documents. Hey, you, come here. You're leaking documents. Madam Chairlady, I read allegations surrounding medical permits. And to me, that is extremely concerning because they touch directly on the trust of the public and our public safety. Madam Chairlady, 8 out of the 10 people that die that I come in contact with, their family members tell me, he didn't have to die. She didn't have to die. Because they feel that things were done incorrectly. What do you think the feeling will be today after those letters come out? That only enforces that thought and feeling even more. Madam Chairlady, sometimes I think that our whole medical system is based on money. We try to cut as much corners as possible. We ain't gonna leave you do that test, we ain't gonna leave you do that test, we're gonna do that one first. And before you know it, the cancer spread too far. Madam Chairlady, there appears to be a major dispute over the mental health project and whether procedures were properly followed. Minister, can you walk Parliament through exactly what happened with this project? What was delivered, how much was spent, and whether government believes anything improper actually occurred? Give me the full story. I want the whole thing. Minister, before the calls for your resignation, through you, Madam Chairlady, were any independent institutions, such as the Integrity Chamber, as SOAB, formally asked to investigate these matters? Or were you the first one to send all of this to the Integrity Chamber? Because impossible, this took place last year. And today, we're still having a discussion about it. Madam Chair Lady, the situation involving SZV had raised serious questions about transparency and governance. Can you explain clearly how the interim director process unfolded and whether all established procedures and legal advice were properly followed from the beginning to the end? You give a small explanation, in my opinion. You reach to the end, where you meet there, what you do. I want a whole procedure. Give it to me. And I want to know, Madam Chair Lady, through you to the Minister, how would this have taken place in other government-owned companies? How would it happen in GBE or by the harbor? What's the difference? We talking about tailor-made? You walk into a bubble with your eyes wide open. They didn't even see it. Madam Chair Lady, I heard the previous speaker mention that she was stopped by other persons whose names were on these letters. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, to the Minister, did you get any complaints from any one of those persons in that letter? Has anyone in those letters filed a complaint against your person? Because if they didn't and they complained, they are allowed to do so. Madam Chair Lady, if I ask the Minister one question, two questions. First one is, if you could have gone back in time, what would you have done different? The mistake is already done. How would you have handled this differently? And then my next question is, when you found out that you were being set up, why did you stay? Minister, why did you stay? That is a question that you will take for the rest of your life with you. My fellow colleague, MP Ottley, says, if you're trying to beat a dog, you're going to find a stick. That stick already tailor-made for you, Minister. They grow that stick. It's ready for you. I hope, and I opened up this meeting by stating it clearly, I hope we get the chance to have this conversation with the Prime Minister, because now we're hearing only from you. And like I said, to me this is House of Cards. I don't trust nobody. It got to be on paper. I need to read it. I need to see it with signatures. So all that you have said, mooi meegenomen. But when my Prime Minister sit down there, I want to hear from him. And then I will make my decision. Then I will make my decision if one got to go, or the other, or both. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Lacroes. I continue and I give the floor to MP Irian. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, all. Minister, smile a little bit, man. You look a little nervous on that side. Smile a little bit. Through Madam Chair. Minister, I would like if you could smile, because I saw your article, and it was basically almost like positioning yourself as my last hope. This is my last try. And I read it, and you know my position already. I did not agree, like I said here, with the way, let's say, the signing went, right? In terms of conflict of interest. But you explained today how the process went. You explained that you went to the EZ, and why I'm going to hold you accountable just like how I did the other ministers in the past. But also, like MP O.E.C said, most of the members of the coalition allowed these same processes to happen. And matter of fact, defended those processes when other ministers were here. So it's very convenient that a year and months after it happened, right, that we will now want to beat the dog. All right? A year and months after. Why now? It's very, very convenient. Because like I said yesterday, January 2025, they said nothing. February 2025, they said nothing. March 2025, they said nothing. June 2025, they said nothing. The quarter 3 2025, they said nothing. The fourth quarter 2025, they said nothing. The first quarter 2026, they said nothing. So why now? Why now? Minister, and the reason why I asked you to smile, right, because I don't have a position. I'm in opposition, all right? You're not in my party. You don't really talk, right or wrong? The only time, and I want to acknowledge this, Minister, the only times that I had ever messaged you or contact you was to tell you to be careful. Correct? Tell you, Minister, do not go along with illegal stuff that's happening there. Minister, be careful in things that you're supporting. Even if other ministers do it, make sure that you have your position there. Is that correct or not? I didn't, through you, Madam Chair, I have never asked the minister for nothing, not even an update on anything in VSR. My communication to the minister was, be careful, because of the position that he sees himself in today. Madam Chair, I would honestly, tomorrow we have a very telling agenda point. Lack of confidence in the Minister of VSR. A very telling agenda point. If members of the coalition are signing a meeting request saying the lack of confidence, but today we only hear from one. So, Minister, you good? I want to take this smile. Smile. Be happy. Because it seems like, based on your presentation, that they changed their mind. So I could expect that by tomorrow we see a retraction of the meeting. Because if there was a lack of confidence in you, if you did so much illegal stuff, if you're such a bad person, I mean, why is like 5 of us here speaking? The ones who did not ask for this meeting. So, Minister, smile. Through you, Madam Chair, I'm requesting the Minister to smile. Ah, there it is. The safety smile. Minister, how would they, tomorrow, today, whenever it comes, because, again, Minister, don't look at me because you don't know how I'm going to vote. But how would they justify to the general public of St. Maarten, all right? Because the average person out there, when I talk to them, they can't see what you did wrong. And nobody on this side is explaining what you did wrong. There's no articles out there for the last year and a half by anybody else. If so many things were done wrong by the Minister of VSR, right? Only, MP Ottley, he questions certain things, right? But if they have a lack of confidence in you, where's the build-up? So just today, just out plug-sling, boom, I have a lack of confidence in the Minister of VSR. And I tried to Google, I went on Claude, ChatGPT, DeepSeek, Gemini. I said, please find an article from somebody from the coalition that's questioning the Minister of VSR for any wrongdoings. And you say, negative. You can't find nothing. So where is this sudden lack of confidence? Now it's starting to look like based on what you showed me today, now I really was hoping that the minister the Prime Minister being here tomorrow. Because then the Prime Minister could then defend himself based on things that you said, based on things that we see, based on the December 15 article where the Prime Minister said certain things. Because honestly, Minister, I'll be very honest with you, the things that I heard for the last month, I knew I was sending you home. Based on the things that was coming from your coalition and the things on the road, I'm 100% sure I was sending you home. And again, there are things I just don't agree with. But if I got to send you home, we got to question a lot of other things. Because I said it yesterday, in this coalition, legalities is at convenience. We had ministers inside here that tell us straight up, advices did not go to the exact way. We have in writing, right now, I could pull up advices for you right now. I could pull up questions that we posed to ministers. I could call them off. They said, it was taking too long, so we made our own decisions. Or they would say, we use our own internal advisors. Or they would say, they went to a third party. Matter of fact, we have ministers, right, that went to a third party to go against legal affairs. So legal affairs give advice to the internal department, right? Because MP Jansen earlier said it's a no-no. That's our code. Person like a fight, if it can be used now, okay, make sure I write it down so I don't get it wrong. That not going to legal affairs and getting their advice is a no-no, right? But we have ministers that did not agree with the advice in legal affairs, so they went to a third party to get advice to go against their own government advice. And then he goes to COM and gets approved. And you were part of that too. Madam Chair, I really, really, really would love to hear your position, the other coalition members on the topic today, on something. Because if these allegations are true, then we have serious constitutional matters at hand. If everything that the minister is saying and the Prime Minister is saying, then we have serious constitutional issues at hand. Madam Chair, through you, I'd like to ask the Minister, is any other entity in possession of the documents that you sent to the Integrity Chamber? Through you, Madam Chair, Minister, if you could give some type of advice, how is it possible that the Prime Minister can withhold an advice from being put on the agenda? Have you requested by your other ministers to get it on the agenda? Is it in writing the Prime Minister has indicated to you that he's not putting it on the agenda? Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the Minister, what has been the response from the board and the leader on the allegations that you made against our Prime Minister? So have you gotten any feedback on this? Or even from the coalition? So have you gotten feedback on the accusations that you made against the Prime Minister from the coalition, the board, anybody? Minister, like I said, and before this topic came up, I'll be honest, I heard this topic about 6 months ago, so back in November maybe, and I myself questioned why this went this way, right? Like I said, I would not have done that way. I don't necessarily agree with the process. But if I hold you accountable, it has to be across the board. It has to be across the board. Minister, like I said, I think you should smile a little bit because I cannot see, right, how tomorrow when they're voting, on what basis they will be voting to send you home and not send home not just one minister, but you might have to send home a couple more. And I hope that for the rest of this year, based on the questions posed to you by MPs in here in Parliament, that when other ministers come inside here, right, that the questions are asked, Minister, where's the advice on legal affairs? Because you know with AI today, a lot of MPs could talk and say, don't call your name and so forth, but we could just pull up every video we ever had in Parliament, right, and dissect how much a person has spoken, the questions that he posed, right? So in my opinion about the work of MPs in Parliament or what we do, in my opinion, we could just get the facts. We could just get the facts. So I hope that today we have an example. You have a good example of how we're going to hold every minister accountable going forward for the rest of the year. Or it's just the simple party man. Parties, through you, Madam Chair. It's just Minister Brooke, because I can tell you, we have meetings piled up. We have a lot of meetings piled up. A lot of meetings here, right, that would help the people of St. Maarten move forward during these difficult times. We have a lot of meetings that piling up. Minister, again, like I said, I came here with all intentions based on information given to me, because I wasn't getting information from you. These things are wrong. So I'm looking forward to when Prime Minister comes so that I can make my decision on how we move forward as a country. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian. The next speaker is MP Doran. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Good evening, Madam Chair, my colleagues, the Honorable Minister, his support staff, and the people of St. Maarten that are tuned in. Madam Chair, anybody that knows me know that I like to go back in history sometimes to, just touch base as to where are we and how did we get here. I go back to November 26, 2024. The article states the following, and this is from the governor to the Council of Ministers sworn in on that day. The patient is in your care. Governor Bailey tells the new cabinet swearing in on Tuesday. One of the points in the article goes as follows. Highlighting some of the areas in which care is needed, the governor said the country's finances and structurally running low, and the pressure on the utilities is high. He also stated that there is an imbalance in the judicial system. This is a part of why justice, law, and order is under threat and need urgent attention. The tourism product is under threat from internal and external forces, namely indecisions and competitions, respectively, and the high cost of living as residents' quality of life steadily dwindling. And our future may be lost if we don't tackle the educational, social, economic ailments pouring out, and currently plaguing our youth. Although, and this is important, politics plays a role and a hand in all that is going on, and although you're all politicians, you are persons first. We in this country are the people of the persons who care about our loved ones, our friends, our family, our neighbors, and each other. It goes on to state in the end, you, Prime Minister, ministers, are the group that has been indirectly, democratically chosen by the people of St. Maarten to give our country care as it needed the most. I will repeat this sentence, and I will proceed to dissect it as well. Prime Minister, ministers, you are the group that has been indirectly, democratically chosen by the people of St. Maarten to give our country the care it needs at this moment. He told the ministers that they are the group of individuals that should work as a unit and not operate in silos. He advised them to tackle decisions without considering if and how they may affect another ministry. Madam Chair, if you ask me, that went in one ear and come out the other. Because all we've seen over the last 2 years almost is ministers operating in silos. Madam Chair, we've seen other ministers go directly toe-to-toe at each other publicly. things that are unprecedented, we've never seen in this country before. And I'm not saying that I always agree with my colleagues, because that's definitely not the case. But come on, man. Call each other, go have somewhere, go have a retreat, go up by rainforest adventures, do something. Do something. You can't be out here publicly fighting personal vendettas. Everything I heard here today, Madam Chair, I would say 90% of it or 95% of it is personal. Nothing to do with the country. But it is affecting the country, though. It is affecting the country. I mean, the first time I saw the article with, the chief of staff situation, I said, man, this is going to boil over. They're going to cover this one up, too, and they're going to be all right. But it got worse. Look at us here today. A whole set of hours from 2 o'clock we're here discussing personal stuff between two individuals that took an oath to work together. Madam Chair, when I read this 12-page letter, the famous 12-page letter, I ask myself, why did it take all of this for us to reach here? I understand maybe trying to be a team player or whatever the case may be, I'm just assuming. But, Madam Chair, there's some damning things in this letter. Minister, I'm going to say, when I read this entire letter, I don't see anything about the country. I see more like a personal back and forth that I believe that some way, somehow, you and the Prime Minister could have found each other to be able to have that dialogue and not bring it here. Some of your members are ashamed. They just can't even hold it back, that all these things is coming out. Part of the letter, it states, Madam Chair, through you, I also find it alarming that while the letter places significant emphasis on the party's integrity, it makes repeated references to confidential internal information and documentation. Such information could only have been obtained through leaks, among others by the Prime Minister and the leader of the party. Wow. Wow. Madam Chair, it goes on to say, this raises serious contradiction. The very integrity and principles of the party supports to champion and being undermined by the board itself, which appears to have encouraged and condoned the leaking of confidential information rather than requesting the relevant documentation to establish legal procedures, namely a formal request pursuant to Article 3 of the Land Sports Ordering Open Waarheid van Bestuur. If I am incorrect in this assertion, I welcome the board to present me with a formal request to information documentation directed to competent authorities, along with the formal responses thereto. It goes on to say, additionally, it cannot go unaddressed the lack of integrity of your person reflected in the actions you have spearheaded since the onset of my appointment, including placing 2 individuals in my cabinet with explicit instructions to gather information against me in order to remove me from office within 3 months. Here we are, a little over a year down the line, so they missed that deadline. But, Mr. Minister, how were you able to function in all of this turmoil? Through you, Madam Chair, that's a question. How? I really want to know. I mean, I had my fair share of issues, but this is extreme. We had more disagreements on work-related stuff. This is... Madam Chair, through you to the Minister, part of the letter where they talk about collective responsibility. I have not violated any principle of collective responsibility. The principle requires ministers to publicly respect policy decisions taken by the Council of Ministers as a collective body. The one and only public statement I made concerning the unlawful, substantiated measures taken against my Chief of Staff was in January. Measures taken unilaterally by the Prime Minister and the leader of the party. This does not constitute a violation of the collective responsibility, as the decision in question was not collective in nature. It was unilateral reaction by the Prime Minister, and as part of the broader plan set in motion from the moment I requested to become the Minister of V.C. So through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, are you saying they didn't want you to be the Minister of V.C? That's a question. And if so, why did you opt to take up this position? Madam Chair, one of the points, point C, it talks about the unlawful directives regarding the licensing of medical professionals. I must also bring to your attention a pattern of directive issued by the Prime Minister to multiple civil servants within the Ministry of V.C. concerning the authorization of medical professionals to practice on St. Maarten. On multiple occasions, both verbally and in writing, directives have been issued to grant permission for individuals, including Dutch nationals, to practice as general practitioners or medical specialists, despite these individuals not meeting the legally established qualifications and requirements. Madam Chair, one of my colleagues mentioned this a while ago, and I would like some clarity on this. Through you, Madam Chair, do you have, Minister, any sort of onderliggende stukken, any sort of documents to substantiate these strong allegations? And if so, if somebody is authorized that do not meet the criteria, how is it possible for them to give care in our medical institution? And if something were to go wrong, who then will be held personally liable? Is it the minister? Is it the acting minister? Is it the prime minister that gave the directive? How does it go? Is it the head of the hospital? The reason I'm saying that, Madam Chair, is because there are so many instances of strange situations where it just gets pushed under the rug and we just close our mouth on it. But this here is saying that somebody not legally qualified to execute a task of a general practitioner or medical specialist, functioning as such because a minister did a political favor, quote unquote. I would like some clarity on that, Madam Chair, in terms of liability. It goes on to say, it is important to emphasize that the majority of these actions were undertaken by the Prime Minister during periods that he was not even functioning as the role of acting Minister of V.C. and therefore had no legal authority to issue directives or otherwise interfere in matters that fall within the ministerial portfolio. Such involvement constitutes an inappropriate encroachment on the responsibilities of another minister and undermine the established framework of ministerial accountability. Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to get from the minister an overview of different instances where this took place, and if anything that could substantiate such, and how did it end? When you came back as minister, through you, Madam Chair, did you reverse it? Did you continue with it? Were you a team player because it was the leader of your party? How did that work out? Madam Chair, through you, it also states, based on available records at DIV, the Prime Minister also made similar attempts with former Minister Veronica Jansen-Webster regarding a specific medical professional and was equally unsuccessful. In this case, the Prime Minister waited for the Minister Jansen to be on vacation, attempted to instruct the ministry to act unlawfully. Madam Chair, through you, I would like some more clarification on that point in the sense of what does the minister mean when he said unlawfully? Madam Chair, when I go down in the letter, I reach on page 7, I'm just really skipping through it because the information is really rough, and I'm trying to spare the public the details because, honestly, I feel like we are all here now as members of parliament in the middle of a tit-for-tat with two individuals that agreed to work together, not once, not twice, but I think 3 times because they had 2 elections. They took an oath as members of parliament, and they took an oath as a council of ministers, and now the whole country is caught up. I think it's on 500 views now to hear what we have to say, and again, it's personal, and I can't even get an answer as to how we're going to get the people relief for GB. So I feel like I'm wasting my time, but still have to address it because it's here in front of me at the same time. That's how I feel. Madam Chair, it goes on. Public posture. Again, I completely refute the assertion that I have consistently publicly opposed the Prime Minister or the party. On the contrary, it is the board that from the onset of my tenure has repeatedly leaked false information in efforts to tarnish my reputation, build public support for eventually giving me a vote of no confidence, an outcome that the board appears to have been orchestrating from the beginning. So all of this you're saying, I think it was Lacroes says like a novel. So this is like a whole series of events. Again, my question to you, Mr. Minister, why did you stay? Through you, Madam Chair. A clear example of this matter concerning the workers from the French side requiring work permits, rather than first verifying whether the decision was in fact taken or communicated by me, you as president of the board choose to conduct a number of Facebook Live sessions publicly condemning the move. Additionally, the radio personality read aloud a statement from the Prime Minister distancing himself from the matter. What is particularly striking is that at no point during this episode was there any concern raised about the principles of collective responsibility, nor did you or the Prime Minister think to pause and consult with me before publicly opposing the move that in fact stemmed from a misunderstanding on the part of the designated representatives at the airport. Through you, Madam Chair. So you're telling me that a rumor, melee, come out publicly, and your leader, the Prime Minister, the chair of your board, choose to publicly distance themselves from it prior to speaking to you? Are you telling me that there was no conversation? Through you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, when you talk to matters regarding SZV and deviated from selected candidates, the candidate, through you, Madam Chair, that the minister mentioned that had 104% out of 100%. Whatever happened to that candidate? And because you did not choose that candidate, do you feel that the relationship soured since then? If I can get some clarity on that. Madam Chair, there's a part in this letter where I think the board is accusing the minister, through you, Madam Chair, of having his chief of staff act on his behalf as minister. I would like to know, Minister, through you, is that true, and if you can clarify it for the public? Madam Chair, as for the allegations, this is part of the letter as well, through you. As for the allegations that have undermined the Prime Minister, I reject this entirely. I have consistently sought to dialogue and cooperation. I've invited URSM and other MPs to meetings to discuss possible collaboration and provide updates. I've collaborated with the coalition partners, given credit where credit is due, including MP Jansen-Webster, and worked constructively across the party lines in interest of St. Maarten. What I refuse to do is act unlawfully. That is not undermining, that is governance. The board wishes to discuss undermining. I would draw the attention to the WhatsApp message. I ain't gonna even go in that, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. I'm just leave that alone. Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to ask the minister, when me and my colleague, MP Lacroes, came to you to discuss a law proposal, a change in terms of additives for food, did you get any backlash from that? Because if I read this letter, it looked like anything you do outside the realms of what is written in terms of the party constitution, I would call it that, you get backlash. Did you get backlash for collaborating with other members of parliament in order to move this country forward? And if so, what was your response? Madam Chair, when I reach into the end of the letter, it says, as for me and my relationship with the party, I remain committed to the party, the people of St. Maarten, and I believe that with mutual respect and goodwill, a path forward remains possible with open dialogue. Furthermore, I maintain a strong, constructive working relationship with both the coalition and opposition partners, and will continue to act in the best interest of St. Maarten. Now, the part with working for St. Maarten and in the best interest, 100%, wholeheartedly, I agree with you. But when you say, as for me and my relationship with the party, I remain committed to the party, which party? Because was this letter written before all of the public backlash through you, Madam Chair? Because if so, Minister, I think that, I don't want to use that word. I think that I'm concerned. How and why would you want to continue to operate? How can you operate in an environment like that? I don't think it's possible. But again, I'm not you. You have a lot more patience than me. So I would like to know, through you, Madam Chair, how can you even envision, let's say all the members that want to send you home, whoever they may be, because nobody had a vote as yet, have a change of heart. How do you think that would work on Pond Island, how would you be able to function? Do you still get the invitations to the Council of Minister meeting? How does that function? How is your day-to-day operation? Madam Chair, a question or statement was made based on the violation of Article 54 in the LMR, where it talks about conflicts of interest. And one thing for sure, I pay attention to everything, I read everything. And I just want to get some clarity through you, Madam Chair, from the Minister, whether it's from your legal team or who's there with you. When they talk about the conflict of interest, is the conflict of interest with the bevoegd gezag, the signing authority, or the one that gives an advice? Because an advice is an advice. If you ask me, when it comes to the conflict of interest, I have one more minute. When it comes to the conflict of interest, it has to do with if you were to give your wife or your brother or your first cousin or your second cousin and sign something. So I just want clarity on that, because just now you're going to read an article in the Herald or the Tribune or something saying something totally different that's not so. So I lean on the legal minds in here and around that are listening and have the responsibility to answer, to please answer that question. And again, Madam Chair, I would like to ask for all documentation that can substantiate the rough information that we have here in this 12-page letter. And I want to ask lastly, Madam Chair, through you to the Minister, do you trust the Prime Minister? And if so, do you have confidence in him? Thank you very much for the opportunity, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Doran. I now invite MP Labega to take the floor. MP Labega, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good night once again to everyone here in Parliament and at home listening. The Honorable Minister of V.S.A., I want to thank you for your presentation. It's no doubt that you spoke very passionately, and it's something that has been on your chest, so to speak, for a very long time. It's quite unfortunate that we are sharing this in this setting. A lot of press releases have came out from your end, the board end, the Prime Minister's end via the board. Something like this is a lot of personal stuff. MP just went through your 12-page letter that was released in the public sphere maybe a month now. I myself am not here to be judge or jury. You know, we all make mistakes, as you stated. As a team player, we would love for these things to be worked out internally. But I think at this point, how would that work? Some other MPs have asked that question, which is my main question to you. How do you see yourself moving forward? From a party that has written you off, for lack of better words, want nothing to do with you. I don't know. In that letter, you stated that you would like to move forward with the party, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but that was a month ago. How is your feeling now? How do you see going to COM? How do you see working with the other members in COM? Is there a need? Can you fulfill your function independently of the support of your party? What is the status of your chief of staff? Are they now back working in the building? If not, how do you foresee that? So in a team, sometimes there's no right or wrong per se. But if the relationship is not working, then somebody has to go, which is alluded to here in Parliament. Some say both should go. Some say if one go, all should go. In a perfect world, nobody should go. We'll all be able to work together. So my main question to you is, how do you see yourself moving forward? Or even, do you want to move forward? That's a good question as well. Do you want to move forward in this situation, this constellation? So those are my questions to you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Labega. I see MP De Wever at the desk, so I'll allow her to take her seat and then the floor. MP De Wever.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lady, good evening to everyone.
This has been over 5 hours of a one-sided story. And while I'm using this moment to reserve my right to definitely have comments in the second round, all this reminds me of, which I've actually also shared with the minister, is those who are appointed will soon be disappointed. That's literally what this reminds me of right now. And this is, I know exactly what it feels like. But if ministers can remember that, those who are appointed will soon be disappointed, then maybe they will always do the right thing. Always do the right thing for their country. That's it for now, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP De Wever. I see MP Rosberg is approaching the desk, and I will allow her to sign, take her seat, and then the floor. MP Rosberg.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Blessed evening.